Committee meeting for this triennium, and I welcome all councillors, members of the public, staff and the ODT, and we'll get started straight away. So public forum, we don't have one today. Apologies. We have an apology from Councillor O'Malley. There's no others. I'll move that be accepted. Seconded Councillor Mayhem. Any discussion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? It's carried, thank you. Confirmation of the agenda. I'm just noting here, we don't have to change it, but just noting that item 10 is actually a Part B item. And for learner councillors, that means it's a recommendation to council rather than making the decision at committee level. Most things through of recent times that have a policy change have gone straight to council rather than to committees as they used to do. So just noting that item 10 is Part B. Other than that, I will confirm the agenda without any additional alteration. I'll move that. Seconded Councillor Lafiso. Thank you. Any discussion?
Councillor.
I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Declaration of interest. Do we have any alterations to the register? So I'll just read what has to be read. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside of decision making when a conflict arose between their role as an elected member or elected representative and any private or external interest they may have. So without any changes, I will move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register as attached and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Seconded Councillor Fiso. Any discussion? Put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Confirmation of minutes. Are there any questions on that? If not, I will move that the committee confirms the public part of the minutes of the Civic Affairs Committee meeting held on the 11th of March 2025 as a correct record. Seconded Councillor Fiso. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Part A reports. So our first one is place-based community groups, and we have heard from a number of our community place-based community groups already, but there are 5 that we haven't heard from directly, so they are presenting to us today. And first up, I'd like to welcome the Aruru Marai Council. If you could please join us at the table, thank you. Can I ask you please to turn your microphone on, otherwise people at home can't hear you. So, welcome along. It's great to have you here. Now, can I ask everybody from the place-based groups when you come to the table to introduce yourselves, because I have the group name but I don't have the individual's name. So.
O tēnā tātou e te whānau e hui mai nei I roto I tēnei hui o te ata nei. Nō reira a memihi tuatahi ki te runga rawa nā mea nā wairu e tuku ki a tātou. Ko wai au e kōrero ana ke mui a koutou ko Tānia tuku ingoa. No te marae o Arai Turu, engari I tipu ake ahau I roto I tēnei rohi, no reira, no nā pui ahau. Tēnā koe. Ka pai?
Okay, thank you. So you have 5 minutes to speak to us, and then we've got a 5-minute window for questions to be asked of you, if that's okay with you.
Ka pai, you don't want me to start with the song again with the microphone, do you?
You do have a lovely voice, but given that we've got a lot on the agenda today, we'll just keep that as a private show for us.
No reira.
So the floor's yours, thank you.
Tēnā koe. Tēnā koutou katoa, I ngā mane, I ngā reo, I ngā karangatanga maha o te motu, tēnei te mihi ki a koutou katoa. Tēnei mātou o Aruru Marai e tuku mihi mai oha ki a koutou. O tira ki a koutou, e ngā kaunihiro o te puti mo a rātou tautoko I roto I ngā tautata nei. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Firstly, I want to start with the whakatauki of our marae. Aroha ki te tangata. Embrace, encourage, and nurture each individual. That's the tuapapa, the foundation, the values that we pride ourselves on, that are a legacy that whakatauki was handed down to me as a child. It's our kaupapa, it's our mahi, it's the face of manakitanga that we represent. In all of those tangas, kotahitanga, tiakitanga. I ngā raukura o te hapori, I ngā kaitiaki o ngā huarahi whakatipuranga, tēnei te mihi kauake, o te ngākau ki a koutou. Through the support of the Dunedin City Council and the place-based funding we've received, Aruru Marai has flourished, not just as a whare tūpuna, but as a living, breathing, inclusive hub of well-being, culture, learning and community care. Thanks to your vital support, we have been able to employ a full-time manager and a part-time administrator. He taonga ene ki a mātou. Their mahi has brought immense stability, structure and presence to the marae. He tangata takahi manuhiri, he marae puehu. A person who disregards their visitors will soon find they have no visitors at all. But when we nurture the pai, the taumata, when we honour the pōhiri, when we welcome schools, run workshops, host hui, tangihanga and cultural experiences of inclusiveness, the marae becomes a centre of unity and well-being. We all benefit. Whānau Māori, tauiwi, rangatahi, kaumātua, migrants, refugees, visitors, te whānau katoa, everyone. And while we celebrate the achievements made possible by this funding, we also face uncertainty. Next month, the funding for our administrator will expire, and our grounds kaitiaki, who has been funded through separate pūtea, also faces a similar end to their role. These are more than jobs. These are the hands that keep the ahika burning. These are the people who mow the lawns, write the reports, light the fires, make the calls, clean the wharepaku, plan the pōhiri and bring the wairua of manaki to life every day. Nau te raurau, nāku te raurau, ka orai te iwi e. With your food basket and with my food basket, all of the people in this hapori will thrive. This kaupapa is a collective one. Your support ensures that Aruru Marai is not just maintained, but uplifted and continues on as the legacy that it was intended to be. It's a place where identity is reclaimed. I'm a living example of that. A child of Ngāpuhi whakapapa, whose father left the far north in the early 1970s and met and married a beautiful queen of Dunedin. There they had 2 tamariki, myself being blessed enough to be raised upon the beauty of Aruru Marai because of the vision, the love and the generosity of the Kaitahu people here that enabled those spaces to stand for mātā waka, to enable us to still engage and exercise our tikanga, our kaua, our te reo, our te ao Māori. Most importantly, giving us our identity, understanding the true history of our tūpuna, understanding he wakaputanga o ngā rangatira o New Tireni, the Declaration of Independence, me te tiriti o Waitangi. There is no other translation for that. It's another document, te tiriti o Waitangi. Because of Aruru Marai, it enabled me to be the leader that I am today. And many of the Māori leaders and many leaders of this community who were blessed to be nurtured and to be raised within the bosom of Aruru Marai. We stand today in different sectors, leading, advising and loving this community. That is what Aruru Marai stands for. It's what it is. And it is our right, it is our obligation to ensure that this legacy carries on for the future generations.
Can I ask you to conclude your presentation, please? It's out of time.
No reira. Good time, man. I was right there.
Oh.
I always bring it wherever I come.
Thank you very
E te
much.
hāpori whānui, tēnei mātou te tuku i a mātou mihi whakamanoa mō tō koutou tautoko. Ai e tonu atua, kia haere tonu taua tautoko i ngā tau kei mua i te aroaro. Kia kore ai e mimiti te puna aroha, te puna mātauranga, te puna whanaungatanga i konei i Araichuru. Kia toi tū te marae, kia toi tū te mana Māori, kia toi tū te kotahitanga o te whānau hāpori. Nā mihi mai aha, kia koutou katoa no reira tēnā koutou. A tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you very much. Are you happy to take questions? Thank
Ka
you.
pai.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Tans. I just thought it would be really good for everybody to hear, like given you're the city marae, and probably actually I think I'm correct in saying the only one, can you just talk about, because of your locality and the hospitality, manaakitanga, how busy you are and the functions you have and what, I suppose a bit about the importance of that, the pressures that puts on all of you, but how that is also a support for Matawaka as well.
Tēnā koe whaia. If I speak currently to this week, Aruru Marai has held Ngā Arawai, which is a kapahaka ropu of rangatahi from Central Otago that have been staying with us, participating in Hautoka this week. Last week we had Mountains to Seas, who came and stayed with us for 2 days and ran a workshop on learning, teaching staff at Aruru Marai, as well as staff from Kaikarai Valley, Aroha Kaikarai Valley, the Otago Regional Council, and other catchment sectors within the Otago wider region, learning about water clarity, conductivity, and because we as the marae have been working alongside Simon McMillan and Kaikarai, as well as Paul and the team in Aroha Kaikarai Valley to look after the stream, which is in not a good state. This Friday we'll be holding our first ever hautapu ceremony that begins at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we're running that in alignment with tikanga and also to ensure that we're not clashing with the museum, who's got a 6:45 kaupapa, so that we can all work in kotahitanga and unity and enable people to do the different things they need to. Pātaka Ora, I work with a whole different collective of organisations from the wider Dunedin community to run that life enhancement program, which is using food as the vehicle. Next Saturday we've got our manaakitanga pōkiri coming up, which we've been running since 2018, supporting the Dunedin City Council. Back then it was Paua David Ellison, who we were working alongside of originally when we had the Syrian refugees, Afghani refugees, Peru, people coming over. Yeah, so, you know, we deal with universities. You know, just a couple of weeks ago, we had all of Silverstream School come through, so about 700 people in 3 days, where we ran programs about atua Māori, about tying our tamariki into the environment. Also, last year, we ran a program called Hokinga Mai Ngā Tuna that was run with parts of the Dunedin City Council, Otago Regional Council, Simon from Macmillan from the Kaikarai Valley Farm. We brought in Balmacewen School. We're looking at mapping out the awa to try to get our children invested into being kaitiaki and having a connection to the awa to take care of our waterways, knowing that water is the future for all of us. Yeah, so it's, yeah. I mean, I could go on, but I think you get the gist that we're constantly there. You can, you know, I know a lot of you are probably out there on different Dunedin Facebook pages, and so all of you see my posts because I'm consistently posting out there when we have kaupapa for Aruru Marai, and it's exciting and it's a wonderful feeling of unity and action that we're exercising, that people are all being able to participate in, and I think most people in this room have seen or engaged or participated in something that we've been able to produce at Aruru Marai. Without your support, you know, like I said in the 9-year submission plan that I did ask to be ring funded, to be separated from place-based funding because of the funding issue that everybody has, to enable us to be fruitful and consistent, to have a legacy. You know, rangatahi don't want to grow up. We've got all these Māori children that are growing up, they're speaking Māori, not only Māori children, anyone's welcome to participate in our culture. That's how loving we've always been and we always will be. We have all these beautiful cultural things that we can see happening now. It should be only right that our tamariki can step into roles, paid roles at our marae, our mātā waka marae, which are different again from mana whenua. Ka pai.
Thank you for that extensive answer. We've now got half a minute left. Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora, Tans. Can you tell me, without that funding, the coordinator's role and the gardener's role, will they be voluntary? What?
I can't ask the young people to come in as volunteers. They've got rent to pay. They've got lives to lead, and I would encourage them to find employment elsewhere. I have spent majority of my years, out of the 10 years, coming up 11 years, working at Aruru Marai, voluntary. My own role as a manager is also, it runs out in November, so it goes back to your grounds at your marae looking overgrown. It goes back to nobody answering the phones, people not taking all the bookings, missing out on bookings, not being able to go and do karakia for people, go and do blessings of people's taongas, all the unseen things that people don't see that we as Māori take care of in terms of tikanga. These are the unpaid things outside of our roles, but we are a space that people feel comfortable and confident to reach out for any type of tikanga requirement that they need or they don't feel confident to undertake themselves. So when these people, we lose their faces, we lose the ability to manaaki, to tiaki in our community. And it doesn't put hope or desire in our young people to want to step into these roles.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Much appreciated. And we'll move on to the next. Thank you. So now I'd like to invite the Caversham Community Group to the table, please. Good morning, gentlemen, and can I ask if you could please introduce yourselves, and once you've done that you have 5 minutes to present to us, and we'll have a 5-minute question window after that.
Kia ora, I'm Greg Hewson from the Caversham Community Group, and Tony is going to speak for a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to speak to some slides that show our group activities.
Kia ora tātou. I'm Tony Culling, and a bit nervous, to be honest. Just as all the people came in here, the blood pressure went up a bit. But anyway, let's chill out a wee bit and see what we can do. So thanks for the opportunity to present here today, and you will be, around the table, will be all aware that the place-based community groups are natural sort of communities of interest where community boards don't exist, and so we are able to take some leadership in the community to do the work that we need to do. We're on the ground listening to concerns and building connection and a sense of belonging between residents, and Greg and I and a few others. We are a small volunteer collective of about 8 retirees whose numbers are swelled by workers who can't come to meetings during the day or even in the evening sometimes. So our numbers are swelled when there's community events on and projects are being delivered. So our numbers, can be up to about 15 or so. Our goals and plans follow similar lines to the DCC strategic framework, in actual fact, and some of the examples we'll give today, you'll see that. Like the Parks and Recreation strategy, we worked with DCC to enhance the Caversham Reserve, an area that was sort of nice and open, and it was thought might be picked up for housing, something like that, but the group, this is going back about 2017 and 18, put the hand up to claim that as a reserve, especially so in light of the need for recreation space and good recreation space with the type of housing that's going up in our suburb at the moment. By default, we've got urban renewal by default with the duplex or the 2-storey sort of units going up, and generally there's no green space there at all, and so having good recreation reserves is really important. In that particular reserve...
20 seconds, sorry.
Oh, yeah,
We're
okay.
halfway through our time.
Oh, yeah, sure, okay. So in the social well-being strategy, we've had a program of outreach to seniors, Caversham seniors, and we've conducted street meetings where we drop flyers into the letterboxes of people in the street and invite them to a pop-up morning tea on a Saturday. Greg will point to that. And integrated transport strategy, safer crossing at Playfair and South Road intersection, and we worked with Caversham's Carisbrook School to put in a cycle track there to enhance, give the opportunity for all the students there to learn to ride a bike.
I've just got 2 minutes. Shall I run through the slides now? And we can, I'll just run quickly through the slides which illustrate some of the activities Tony is referring to. This is a lunchtime meeting of our Caversham Community Group Seniors Group. We have 80 on our list. They're mainly single people who live alone, and they come together once a month. We take them for a trip on the Monarch, or we take them to the university for concerts. We take them all around, and there's a real sense of community there. We are having a lunch recently at the Waterloo. We did used to meet at Mitchell's where we had our own room, but sadly that burnt down the day after we had our last meeting there. Initially we co-leased the bowling club, and this is still a centre for our group where our next seniors lunch will be held at the bowling club in Caversham. For many years the group has co-facilitated the Teddy Bears Picnic, which is a wonderful community event. Teddy Bears Hospital, sorry, not picnic. And here we are just a few weeks ago. Tony has been involved with this for many years, bringing together medical students, dental students, pharmacy students, and the parents come with their little children and they bring their teddy bears, and this is really effective in breaking down fears of the medical profession and wonderful for the students for their community outreach. We, as Tony mentioned, look after the Caversham Reserve, and this year again we had a family fun day and 200 people of all cultures and ages turned up. We promoted this through the school, and it was a wonderful celebration and a very happy time. We had students helping out to run the games, which included sack races, and even the adults took part in the sack races. And you can see the joy that this brought to some of our young people. And finally, we have just started street meetings where we invite people from each street in Caversham to a gathering on a Saturday morning for a couple of hours to meet each other. And there we are in Mitchell's car park. We just meet locally. Here we are in the Thorn Street recreation area on the tennis courts. So we do a large number of community events, and we are distinctive in that we do not pay any particular person. The funding we receive is a lot less than the other groups for that reason. But we're there to help and to listen to the needs and help to meet them. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. You happy to take some questions?
Yep.
Thank you. So first up is Councillor Benson-Pope. And I'll just ask councillors to be brief with their questions, and if, as presenters, if you can be relatively concise with your answers, it'll fit your questions in. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation and the work you and your community group does. You'll be aware, though, that around the table there's not unanimous support for funding for groups like yours. In fact, there are people sitting at the table now who have resisted funding increases and so on. What would you say to those people?
I'll ask our interim treasurer to answer that question.
Thanks, Greg. The funding is really important. We get a relatively little amount. It gives us confidence then to reach to other funders for projects. And you know, things in the Caversham Reserve came from different sources. But essentially, the funding does facilitate, you know, the things that you see in the projects that we're delivering. Yeah.
For our lunches, we subsidise the cost of the lunch by $5. So for a person who's lonely and poor to come to that lunch and pay $10 rather than $15, it makes it possible for them. And we say to them, you're getting $5 of your rates back, or your landlord's rent back, and they smile. So I think it's a good use, and that makes a huge difference to the morale of those elderly people.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Greg and Tony, and thanks for your mahi and for bringing back traumatic childhood memories by putting up a sack race on there. My question, I was going to ask about funding, that's been asked, but in terms of priority issues for Caversham, what are they, and what are the particular issues where you as a place-based group can become embedded with those issues if they exist?
So we had a survey about 5 years ago and employed a university student, and the two key concerns were housing and transport. And I think Tony can speak to the transport one.
Yeah, sure. There is real concern of safety in Caversham, and there was an indication that there was a whole plan going to presented by the DCC to improve things there. At present, we've got about 1.6 kilometres of 30k zone, which was advertised in the paper and illustrated in the paper, but really in practice, not many people know. You wouldn't know driving through that it's a 30 zone. Coming off the lights there's a 30, and then it goes all the way nearly through to Old Carisbrook. And the only thing that's really slowed down the traffic is the raised level crossing outside Carisbrook School. There are 300 students there. There are 4 preschool or play groups in the area. There's Takaika that has MSD, its own medical, and it's also got hospital services there. So you've got the bowling club, which has got the cheap meals at $4 a pop, and that's a huge swell of numbers coming in there. So the traffic coming through, 30 is great, and it doesn't really delay your time going through the suburb, it just increases safety. The sweep of traffic coming off from Lookout Point down and doing the right-hand turn to come down through Caversham to go to St Clair, South Dunedin or wherever, there's 20 to 22 cars come off at a time there. And so that's a huge concern. That's number one concern, is the safety of the road.
And on the housing one, we did have someone come and speak to our seniors group about insulation and heating, which is a big concern for elderly people with the cost of heating. And as a result of that, a number of the members got in touch with the schemes for free insulation for their homes, so we are aware of that. And through the elderly people, they all have friends, and we've got a real network there now, large email network of concern, which is able to facilitate access to all sorts of surveys about wellbeing from the medical school and elsewhere. There is concern about the main street of Caversham. I hear there is a regeneration or a rejuvenation plan. Is that right, Council? It's in the wind. Well, we would encourage the activation of that plan. I think to give the appearance of that main street a boost would lift the morale of everybody and create a real centre of enthusiasm and excellence in Dunedin to have Caversham Main Street rejuvenated, because there's a lot of good people there doing good work. Just the buildings and the general decor need an improvement.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're out of time with questions. So again, thank you for coming to speak to us today, and keep up the good work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite the Corstorphine Community Hub, or Corstorphine, depending which school you went to. Welcome, ladies. If you've heard the brief before, you'll have 5 minutes to present to us, and then we've got a 5-minute window, which at the moment for asking questions is only getting 2 questions asked, because it's not just so much the questions, it's also the answers. So if we can be quite succinct with the answers, we'll get more questions in. But if you wouldn't mind, please introducing yourselves, and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Kia ora ana. My name is Mama Tanakitana.
You'll need to turn that microphone on. Yep.
Kia ora ana. My name is Mama Tanakitana, and I am the Corstorphine Chair.
Kia ora, I'm Dale Penny-Smith. I'm the coordinator at Corstorphine Community Hub, and I've been with Corstorphine Hub for the past 6 years.
Welcome.
So, just before we start now, we started back in 2013 when we originally, our soup days was a Thursday, and we ran a Pepe and Mama group. And from then, we have grown way more than we expected. You know, we just started this out of nothing. It was just no money, nothing, and then people just found out exactly what we did, and just started saying, look, let's fund these people. So we did the soup day which is still going. We do a community lunch every Thursday. Sorry, I'm as nervous as heck. And we've had, so that was back in 2017, we moved up to the Corstorphine Hall, which has now become our safe haven, our new home. But I'll let Dale explain a few things about what happens up there, and then I can...
Thank you, Mama. As I said, I've been with Community Hub for the last 6 years. I actually took on this role after being made redundant, and it was offered to me just to fill in. And as I said, I've been here for 6 years because I believe in what the Corstorphine Hub does.
And then take your finger on it.
Oh, lovely. I'd like to give a brief rundown on some of the bigger things that we do at the Community Hub. This is the things that take up a lot of time through the week. Our biggest day is Fridays. This is our food share day. We work with Kiwi Harvest as a food recipient to support vulnerable people in our community. We were given the statistics last week on the last financial year. 14,960 kgs of rescued food was passed through. Corstorphine Hub sits the 10th biggest recipient out of 33. So you've now got an understanding of the amount of people we're looking after. The families that request help are guided to us through various ways. Our navigator works alongside people with social and economic needs, mental health issues, unemployment and housing needs, just to mention a few. We have people coming into the hub to ask where can they get help on many things, including food. Word of mouth, other agencies, groups, platforms, messages, and especially our pantry cupboards, which I will talk about soon, bring people in need. We are helping not only beneficiaries, but more and more one-income families or low-waged families. The need keeps increasing. The pantry cupboards. We have 2 pantry cupboards outside our community hub and 1 library cupboard. These are situated within reach of everyone. They're open all the time. They're never locked. We take care of these every day and this takes up quite a lot of our time. The majority of boxes are full of assorted clothes for all ages, donated, dropped off, or we pick them up. We do keep a shelf of food that's donated or grown in our community garden. Apart from food, old clothes, new clothes, pots, pans, kitchenware, assorted shoes, blankets, you name it, it's in there. We restock 2 to 3 times a day and keep this very tidy. Going beyond the cupboards, we pick up furniture goods, beds, mattresses, baby gear, lots of cots and drawers. At times we work with Andrew on deceased estates. We try to match up people with goods or display outside on a nice day. This is advertised on our Facebook community page. Everything we do for free. Thursday is shared lunch day, open to the community for everyone. This includes business people calling in for a coffee and a chat, agencies like Well South, who also offer medical services like blood pressure checks, health checks. We see other community centres and carers who bring their clients. And to them, coming to the hub is like going out. They're on an outing and they look forward to it. Our local community, we don't know who's going to be there on the day. It could be, we could have 5 people, we could have 25 people. It's a great time for open chats and meeting new people. Over the last few weeks, for example, we've been painting rocks, speed Scrabble, table tennis. Lunch has always been enjoyed by all. We keep it simple, it's stress-free area to communicate and listen for everyone. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much. Questions, Councillor Hurling?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora. Thank you for coming. I just wondered, obviously, Council gives you some place-based funding. You've talked about all the things you do. Does the place-based funding help you do all those things? Can you sort of just enhance, just let us know what you use that money for, like how it's enabled you to do all those things? And if you didn't have the funding, you know, what would that mean to your community and your group?
All right, so our funding, and thank you very much for the funding. It's been, without it, we wouldn't be able to do. So we run these huge Christmas events every year. We take whānau to the movies, so we use the funding for that, as well as so the movie part of it. It's during winter. We make sure that we can keep family together. That's the idea of it. We also, our Christmas event, which is our huge event as well, and our Halloween event. Everybody seems to love it. It's a safe place. The idea to bring them all together, keeping them safe, keeping them together is what we do. Also, it's also helped for our wages, our volunteers, kohata them. We have a huge number of volunteers, and also so I do this voluntary. I don't pay myself anything for it, but our coordinator, our groundsman, they're our part-time wage. Yeah. So.
Councillor Vandervis.
You said you take groups to the movies, which sounds like fun. Is this movies in town, or is it in the hall that you have where you just show movies?
You'll need to turn your mic back on, otherwise people at
So
home
we
can't hear.
bring them to Rialto movies. We book it out for them for the entire day. And, well, not entire days, I mean, just a session of the movie.
And do they give you an extra good bulk buy price, do they? Do they look after you?
They do, yeah. They're brilliant. Yeah, Craig's also been great with us. Yeah.
Councillor Walker.
With the movies, the idea of the movies is that it's family orientated, so grandparents, aunties, uncles. What we like about this is we can take bigger families. There's not very many families that can take the whole families. They've got 5 kids. There's no way that they can get them into town, get them into the movies. We provide every child, every adult with popcorn, ice cream and a drink. To them, that's probably one of the biggest outings they've had for the year. And we try and do that once or twice a year. And it means a lot to a lot of people, even going on the bus, the adventure to go on the bus. Or we'll take people if they need a ride, but yeah.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the presentation. And by the way, you don't look nervous or sound nervous at all, so well done. And thank you for reminding us of the incredible importance of place-based groups. My question, you've slightly touched on it in the answer to Councillor Houlihan's question. It's around the funding and the fact that the funding we give through the place-based community grant is allowed to be used for operational sort of wages. How important is that in the context of course, in that world of funding, it's pretty difficult to find that sort of funding. So how important is that aspect?
Gosh, if it wasn't for it, we wouldn't be able to do anything that we wouldn't be able to keep the power running. All those sort of things. It's the need for just maintaining and we achieved the hall, and the hall that we got was very run down, and so to make it a comfortable place, we've had to paint it, we've had to fix windows, doors, all those sort of things.
With volunteers, they come and go. A lot of volunteers are looking for work, and as soon as they have got work, they'll leave. With this funding, it pays my wages. As I said, I was only going to be at Hub for a couple of months. I feel if I go away and we fill that up with people volunteering, they won't get a full understanding of what Corstorphine Hub is about. Also, the funding is it puts through to everyone that comes that money isn't everything, and we really push that fact because of the area that we're in. No one talks about money. It's everyone I presume everyone knows about Corstorphine and the housing that we've got there. The types of people we've got there, the local shop, for instance, is run by a family, exorbitant pricing because it's the only shop there. Our schools have shut down. We had 2 schools in the area, Riceville Road and Corstorphine School. They're gone, so now parents have got to worry about getting their kids all the way down to Caversham or Concord or wherever they're going. So the area is changing all the time. To have someone volunteering and being able to cope with the needs of everyone is a big ask.
Can I just say something? So it's not about, for us, it's about putting smiles on people's faces and making them feel comfortable. We've always had the saying, when you come into the Hub, you become part of the family. And that's what we try and always build. It's always been, where someone can come, sit down, have a cup of coffee, relax, and be themselves, as well as us being ourselves. We don't change ourselves to be better than anyone. We're just there to help support whānau, to help them into where they need to go. We've also got a navigator who, if you need any support and outside support, they're there to help you along on those. Our parents, when we grew up, we weren't kids that had everything in the cupboards. So this is where we are. We're on our, we're just us as normal. And we're still learning as we're getting going on. And, thanks, Andrew. He's been pretty cool with all the stuff that we get. We have furniture that we've housed tons of family. So and this is the thing, we see the smile on their face. They pull up on the side of the street and say, wow, all these things are out the front of the building. They come racing back and they take, the stuff that's out in front. And so we've housed a lot of family, we've fed a lot of family, and we've put loads of smiles, and that's what we look forward to is the big thank you, thumbs up, and the big smiles on the faces. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for all the work that you do, and you're dead right. It's all about putting smiles on people's faces, isn't it? So keep up that great work. Thank you very much.
Oh, over time, my bad.
Now I'd like to invite Greater Green Island representatives to the table, please. Welcome along. I'd ask you if you could please introduce yourselves and perhaps your role with your group, and you'll have 5 minutes to present to us, and then we'll have questions for 5 minutes after that. So welcome along. We look forward to hearing from you.
Is that on? Yep.
It's on now.
Great. Yeah. I'm Leanne Michelle. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, morena. My name's Mel McNetty. I'm the chair of the Greater Green Island, or co-chair of the Greater Green Island Community Network. Thank you.
Welcome.
Right. Will it stay on now? Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa morena, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Ko Leanne Michelle toko ingoa. I'm here on behalf of the Greater Green Island Community Network, a place-based organisation working across Green Island, Abbotsford, Concord, Fairfield, Waldronville and Brighton. For more than 10 years we've supported our community to connect, collaborate and take action. We're not a service delivery organisation, we're a community developer, connector and enabler. Our work is about long-term relationships that build trust, consistency and the conditions for real change. We connect our community with existing services, with education and with creative local solutions so that people can take ownership of their own well-being, their streets and their neighbourhoods. Place-based funding is what makes this possible. It allows us to be consistently present in a way that council understandably can't always be from a centralised position. It gives us the stability to respond quickly and meaningfully, especially to people who often don't engage with formal systems. And that presence means we're trusted. When the new Green Island roundabouts were being built, council staff came to us because we had the relationships we could ensure effective two-way communication, reduce frustration and make sure people were heard. That's what place-based groups can do, bring people with you. Our work helps council stay connected, it enhances your consultation, it gives local people a meaningful voice. Events, engagement and community voice. That voice is not abstract, it's visible in the thousands of locals who attend our events. Our biannual get-together brings over 3,000 people, families, groups and schools together. Our December Market Day brings life to the main street and builds pride in local businesses. We also produce The Informer, our monthly newsletter packed with local stories and opportunities. It's read cover to cover by locals and our social media posts regularly get thousands of engagement. In one recent week, over 200,000 engagements. I think that was when McDonald's opened. People want to feel part of something. That's the power of positive local communication. And we listen too. We've just launched our third major community survey following ones in 2016 and 2020, giving residents a real say in the direction of our mahi and helping us advocate clearly to council. This also gives us longitudinal baseline data to see change in our communities. We've done this from the start. Youth work, a community-led response. Place-based funding has helped us respond to growing challenges for our young people. Through the Whiako initiative, our youth work team supports rangatahi across schools and in community spaces. This is tailored one-to-one work that builds resilience and connection. Sometimes that work happens in everyday places. Recently, issues were emerging around Green Island bus stops. Without making a scene, we worked with the schools and young people involved, and the issue disappeared. That's preventative work, quiet, behind the scenes, and highly effective. This work exists because the place-based model gives us the platform and continuity to develop it. You help make it possible. We're also a bridge between the community and council and within the community itself. Projects like the Memorial Gardens Playground and Barbecue are community-led but with council partnership, and they've been so successful that their design features have been picked up in other council projects. It's local innovation influencing citywide practice, and it didn't cost the council. We work closely with the Saddle Hill Community Board, but where their brief ends, we can go further into areas they don't cover or with more flexible community engagement. We also support groups like the Community Shed, the Garden, the Business Association, and others who operate under our umbrella or with our support. We're a resilient, ready community. One of the most exciting signs of success is that our community wants to do more. The local business community recently asked us to help create a plan for the Green Island shopping area, not to ask council for more, but to see what they can do alongside council. Our residents want to be self-sufficient, resilient and solutions-focused. Place-based work unlocks that. It's not about dependency, it's about shared responsibility and genuine partnership. Looking forward, funding and accountability. We'd be very open to being part of conversations about place-based funding models and how to best structure accountability in the future. We understand the need for strong reporting, but we also know the deepest impacts, the trust, the prevention, the early intervention, are hard to capture in simple metrics. Let's shape a model that reflects both impact and nuance. In short, we're a trusted strategic asset to council, helping you connect with the community, respond to emerging needs and deliver long-term outcomes from the ground up. We'd love to invite you, members of the Civic Affairs Committee, to visit us in Green Island. Come for a short tour, meet some of the people we work with, walk the streets, see the projects, and hear directly from our community about what this partnership means to them. It will give you a fuller picture of the impact place-based work is making and the potential it holds for the future of our city. Ngā mihi nui. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got quite a few questions here, so I'm going to remind people, please be quick with your questioning and be quick with your answers, and we might get through them. Councillor Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your mahi and your presentation and to all the place-based groups this morning. My question is around what do you say to people around this table who are not, and this does not represent my view, but who doubt the validity of having place-based group and a community board and the overlap. You touched on it briefly. Could you just expand on that answer, please?
Sorry, I'm going to lose my voice. Some of the key things is that community boards have less flexibility to be able to do things. So the Brighton pump track is a really good example of where there's partnership between the community board and us, and they can't apply for funding under their model, and so we've ended up, not ended up, but we've worked quite closely with them, and so we can do it as the pump track, the community board, and us, whereas it would have been a no directly from the community board.
So complementary and partnership. Thank you.
Complementary.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mel and Leanne. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the Caversham Community Group, and it's in the context of this survey you mentioned. What are, in the next months, years, the priority areas for the Greater Green Island Group? And are there any of those priority areas where you as a place-based group can become part of that or embedded in it?
Well, we're just currently undertaking a community survey. So we've had a strategic plan for the last couple of years, and we've worked quite significantly on the memorial gardens and working with RSA and the council around redeveloping that. There's been a long-standing project from Steve Hayward, who was the previous, chair, really leading that through. But in terms of priorities for us, it's pretty soon in the piece to, be able to say what our priorities are, because we're really about what our community wants to say. But one of the things is around older people. That came up in our last survey, and the connection, and that came out of out of a time we did our last survey in a COVID space, and preparation and support for older people in our community when things happen, like where they, it's out of their control. So, and there was another thing, I've just totally forgotten what it was. Say the question again quickly. Oh, our priorities. And as Leanne's already mentioned, the look and feel of the main street. We've done a lot of work over the years. We built the playground. We worked really closely with you, but it was our project. In terms of the look and feel for our businesses, most of our business community, or our shops are full, which is a good thing in our city, but it's always looked rumpty, and there was promises made after John Moyle moved into his shop that the council would look at what that looks like. We're not coming to you asking you for anything, but at some stage we will, we'll present, what we need, but because we're quite resourceful within our own community to do what, to do what we need.
Councillor Vandervis.
The funding that you get, does that go to managers and administrators, or does it go mainly to projects?
No, we get very limited funding from Place Space. I think it's about 40,000, and that goes towards the Leanne, who's our community connector, and she's probably the person that is the glue within the community. We seek other funding for the work. I think you talked previously, operational funding and funding to be that glue, which is often not seen, is really hard to get from other places, and it would involve places like Community Trust changing their policy in the future.
And very quickly, Councillor Mayhew.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you in person, Leanne. You travel all the way from Milton, is that right? Can you tell us about September the 13th, your place-based group?
So we're running the get-together. It's my first time because I've been with this organisation since February. So the Greater Green Island get-together, it'll be held at DCBC Church. And it's for community groups and organisations to come along and hold a stall, but within their stall to have something, an activity for families, and it's all free. And so last time there were 3,000 or more people that came through on the day. It looks like it was a beautiful sunny day, so we'll hope for that again in September. We'll be looking forward to it. And yeah, just a really nice way to bring people together.
Would that be a good day for councillors to come and visit?
Oh my gosh, sorry. It's 10 till 2, 10 till 1, I think, yeah.
And the other thing is that that's one of our main places where we'll be doing our community consultation, as well as pounding the streets and online surveys and stuff as well. So great place for the council to come and have a look.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And keep up that good work with the community. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite the Valley Project representatives, please. Welcome along. So as you've heard with everybody else, there's a 5-minute presentation window, and then we'll have questions after that. And if you wouldn't mind, please just to introduce yourself as you begin, and then the floor is yours once Sam gets that up and running.
Kia ora koutou, ko Jen Rogers tōku ingoa. I've talked to you a few times. I'm from the Valley Project, and I'm the manager there. Thank you very much for having us again. I'll talk for a little bit and then I'll show you some slides. Kind of thought maybe they could go at the same time, but that might not work. Just again, kia ora koutou and thanks very much. The Valley Project is all about an inclusive, thriving, connected community. And our purpose is really that it's a great place for people to work and a great place for people to live as well. And I just want to start off by saying that, yeah, as you know, we're one of many place-based groups. We support a lot of work that supports community building. So we work in the area that is the catchment for the Lindsay Awa, so North East Valley, but Ōpaho, Upper Junction, Pine Hill, Dalmore, all those kind of areas as well. Our mahi is about empowering potential, possibility and local action. It's about supporting Otipoti's social wellbeing strategy and the Te Aotearoa strategy, and our delivery of initiatives and events and services in our geographical area contributes to positive change. We work in social wellbeing. Our initiatives foster a sense of belonging and support networks within the community, which are crucial for people's mental and emotional health. We enhance social cohesion as well. We create spaces where residents can come together. This is really important in our area. They can share experiences and build lasting relationships. This sense of being part of the community is vital, also again for their mental health and overall wellbeing. We work in community resilience as well, empowering residents with skills and knowledge to enhance their ability to cope with economic challenges, with pandemics and all those kind of things, and to build self-sufficiency as well. We do a lot of projects. We have a flavour on climate and environmental action in our area. This includes working with local schools and with community groups. We have waste reduction projects for the community. We umbrella to community gardens, and we work with a harvest project, like connecting people that have got too much fruit that they can then redistribute out to other people as well. So this gives all these different projects give people an opportunity to really connect with Papatūānuku, to give back and kind of enhance their backyard. We also have funding through City Sanctuary, through Predator Free 2050, and we have someone who does a whole lot of trapping in people's backyards and encourages people to get involved in that bit. So then they're reducing those pests, and then we were doing these other actions to increase biodiversity as well. We're also starting to look at emergency preparedness and working with the ORC around flood risk with the Lindsay Awa, and looking at building connections of local people for natural hazards that may occur in the area, primarily flooding. Our three main target audiences are those that need some support with advice and food and stuff, and those who want to support Papatūānuku and do the environmental actions, and those that want to connect with their neighbours. I might start showing these slides, otherwise I might run out of time. We've got lots of umbrella groups that we work with. So OpenView is our urban eco-sanctuary. I'll just put some of these extra things up. We work with lots of different agencies like the Curtin Bank to get things across. We work with the Bowling Club. We have free frozen meals that we give out to people. With GCC also through Keep Dunedin Beautiful. And like I said, umbrella quite a few other groups like community gardens and things like that. We run a newsletter, Valley Voice, Harvest Festival. We have lots of dinners. I think that's one of the highlights, is we work with a lot of people at the moment. We end up cooking for 160 people at a time. Can be quite fun and stressful. This is one of our community dinners. So just bringing people together, having some kind of activities. This is the Harvest Festival. This was a mini creek fest that we had to change because of the weather. This is working with local schools and communities, waste diversion. One of the events we just did about winter warmers, bringing clothes to people, food. This is a project, these are computer monitors that we're turning into little glass houses. Crop swaps that we run, market days for people to be able to sell their own stuff. It's another waste day. We often do seed swaps and produce swaps for people. Building a whole lot of trap boxes for all our projects. This is a pataka kai that they've been talked about before, just on the street, seeds. It's from a harvest festival. I might just, we might be almost at the end. Food box project every week. 38 families receive these food boxes. It was picking up waste so it doesn't get into the Lindsay Awa. Do a lot of planting on DCC Reserve at Chincote Park. Sorry, take questions now.
Well done. Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And those slides prove it. You do absolutely nothing. Well done. I've saved my toughest question for you, actually, Jen. You'll be glad to know, but it'll give you a bit of leverage to open up. I often see government basically as doing the things that private sector doesn't want to do, and I see councils doing the things that government doesn't want to do, but I also see place-based groups as doing the things that council won't or can't do. Would you agree with that statement, and what are your thoughts on that?
Thanks for the tricky question. Yeah, I think there's sort of a trickle-down effect, and place-based groups often do pick up pieces. A lot of people have obviously also alluded to that today, that people, when they're in a crisis or distress, they come and see us, and so we're seeing more and more people that I guess maybe are falling through the cracks of other systems, that are really needing support with food, support with heating the house up, support with getting places, support with looking for jobs. So yes, I guess there's lots of different things that we can do in partnership, and you know, I mentioned that we do environmental work on DCC land, and look at, you know, other stuff with ORC to do with flood protection, and look at some of these outcomes in the social wellbeing strategy as well. But yeah, I guess we are seeing these people at the coalface, and they're really in distress. Yeah.
Councillor Lafiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe, Ms. Rogers. Tēnā koutou to all the place-based groups, rōpū in the room. My question is, what would you say to governors, politicians around the table, who have a deficits-based view of community and community people in general, and therefore do not, as funders, trust community groups without with funding, without performance-based outcomes data and all that stuff?
Kia ora, thank you for your question. Yeah, I think it is interesting about how to measure the impact of what we do, and I guess there's measures that are set up within a system, and then if we're working in a different system, sometimes those measures don't work. I think the biggest thing for us is just that longevity. Sometimes it takes a while to see outcomes from some of the projects, because people are facing a lot of distress, and it takes quite a long time for them to get into a different space. Sometimes, I guess, also with projects like environmental projects, you might be working with kids, and then you see the impacts of what happens for them when they choose to, you know, maybe go to university or get into a job and stuff, and sometimes that can take a while, you know. So if you have a lot of change and there's not a lot of funding, and you lose people, staff from these places, you don't get to see those impacts. That's maybe my best answer at the moment.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you for your great mahi, and that segues nicely into my question. And it's very clear the variety of work you do, but you're, I believe, the longest running group, place-based group. What would be, I'm sure there's many things that have been learnt, but would there be one thing you'd like to highlight that has been learnt through this extremely long-running project?
Yeah, kia ora, thank you for the question. I guess two very quick things is that when you're building community, you do bring people on the journey. And so, you know, we can get funding from various places, but we also have a lot of people that step in to support at different times, you know. So you find people out in the community who are a sound engineer and you're like, oh, yay, we don't have money to pay a sound engineer for our thing. You know, so there's like, it's reciprocal. There will be people that come and help. The other thing is the work doesn't actually ever end, because there's new people in the community, there's new needs in the community, there's new challenges. So yeah, we have been running for about 20 years, but you know, things morph and change, and we're still seen as very essential, I guess, you know, just to sort of be the framework to help people, to guide them. Yeah.
Thank you, and I take your point about momentum.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for coming to talk to us today again, and keep up the good work. Fantastic.
Kia ora. Thank you, everyone.
So that's the final presentation. For all of the folk that are here right now from place-based groups, thank you very much for all the work that you do. We know that it's not easy. We know there's a lot of volunteer hours, and we know there's some funding from council which makes some things possible. But the thing that stands out to me is the comments in relation to putting smiles on people's faces and taking them to the movies. Fantastic. So thank you all very much. And I'd now like to move that the committee notes the report, place-based community groups presentation to Civic Affairs Committee, seconded Councillor Lofiso. Is there any discussion? Not. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item number 7, actions from resolutions of Civic Affairs Committee meetings. Any comment, Mr. West?
No, I'll take it as read.
Any questions? Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I just note the commentary about the recognition of former mayors in both the photographic portrait and the link in the chain, and I'm just concerned that we've nearly run the 3 years and neither of those have been finalised.
Well, the photograph of former mayors that'll happen as it goes through. The previous mayor continue to try and arrange a time to get that done, and that is something that's ongoing. The other one, I think, has been probably a victim of the 9-year plan and the amount of work that we've had realistically to focus on that. So we have got my eye on it, but hasn't progressed.
Councillor Gary.
Just around the recognition of former mayors again, but this is completed work. The recommendation, a comment about the scholarship. Can we just have a wee bit more information about where that's up to? I see that it will, first scholarship will commence in 2026, which is very welcome, and I just wonder how that was framed in the end, because I know there were some things we talked about, some difficulties we talked about, or challenges.
So is that on the forward work programme or the actions? Sorry.
Yeah, it's not on the actions.
I'm ahead of myself. It's the forward work programme. I beg your pardon. I'll hold that one to the next one.
Any other questions? If not, I will move that the committee notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of Civic Affairs Committee meetings. Seconded Councillor Lofiso. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? And that's carried. Thank you. Item number 8, Civic Affairs Committee Forward Work Programme. Councillor Gary.
So on that matter, as we were talking about, Mr. West, I wonder if you could just give us a bit more information.
Yes, so I'm pleased to say I think the deed has been signed. I've put the comms team in touch with the university scholarship department so that we can do some advertising. I think the next deadline is August, which is when the scholarships get launched. I've been speaking to the Mayor about preferred area of study this year for the first scholarship, which we've locked in pretty much. So then it'll be a matter of working with the university through the winter as they go through their process, and the Mayor and one other councillor will have the privilege of sitting in on the committee that makes the decision about who the scholar will be.
Thank you for that detail.
Councillor Vandervis.
Looking at the LGNZ council role area of work, consider and decide on remits and rule changes as and when required. Is there any annual consideration of whether we actually want to stay with local government New Zealand, given that it costs us more than $12,000 a month just to be a member, and considering that a whole lot of other councils have left LGNZ and saved themselves hundreds of thousands doing it? Is there a annual vote, or do we just keep paying this money by default and it rolls over every year?
I've just paid the most recent bill because council is still a member, and we will continue to do that unless treated otherwise.
So to be clear then, in order for us not to keep paying LGNZ, we would have to have a successful motion officially withdrawing from LGNZ as Christchurch, Auckland, West Coast, Grey, Kaipara, Bay of Plenty, Westland have already done.
That's correct.
And what would be the appropriate forum for a motion like that to come to? Would it be this committee, or would it be a full committee of council?
Council's not a committee, so it would need to be council.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, I will move that the committee notes the Civic Affairs Committee Forward Work Programme as shown in Attachment A. Seconded Councillor Olafisa. Any discussion? Councillor Vandervis.
I'm not happy that in all the years that I've been here that we keep rolling over local government New Zealand funding when in my view we simply don't get value for it. We have very tight financial headwinds ahead of us. A lot of other councils have decided that they no longer are getting value from it and have withdrawn from it. The automatic rolling over of so many of these kinds of costs to the ratepayer is something which I think is a problem, and that the remits and rule changes that we are considering, the staff time that goes into presenting remits or paperwork on these things, and the actual value we get for it, to me just don't make any sense at all. So I look forward at some point soon to putting a motion in front of council where we reconsider paying more than $12,000 a month plus all the staff time to belong to an organisation which has fallen from any kind of relevance it might have once had.
Okay, with no other speakers, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
It's recorded, Councillor Vandervis. Thank you. Item number 9, Civic Affairs Activity Report for the period until 30 April 2025. Mr. West or Ms. Harrison?
I think we're happy to take as read, aren't we?
So there's no prefacing. Okay, questions, councillors? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Quick question on, ostensibly it's around point 12 on page, what's that, 37. It's around the Lagoima requests. I know we have discussed this periodically over the last 2.5 years about the increasing number that are coming through, having to have an employee specifically to do the Lagoimas, and that there was conversation held about whether or not to charge what we are in fact able to charge. Have we started charging yet?
No, we haven't, Councillor. We're waiting until we've recruited that person, and then they will be looking at developing a policy for charging. Oh, do we have a charging policy? Okay, we do have a charging policy. Sorry, regrets. But I think we'll be reviewing it once we get that person.
Right. So just to be clear, once that person comes on, job number, whatever, 3 or 4 down the list or whatever it may be, will be to kind of figure out what can be charged and on what in alignment with the charging policy.
Look, I'll get this. Yes, but there's a broad principle of information availability. And so it's about finding a balance between that. And so sometimes we will work with requesters and have an extended time period, so greater than 20 days instead of charging them. So there is a balance between charging and information being available. So while we have a policy, it probably needs to be reviewed. The amount we can charge is set, so we don't have much flexibility around that. And it's just the number of free hours that you give before you impose the charge. Yeah.
Councillor van der Vis.
Over many years now, I've made probably a lot more Lagoima requests than anybody else on council, because there are so many things that I find lacking in terms of the agenda information that we get. The question that I have is, what is the criteria for placing Lagoima requests, information requests, on the DCC website? Because when I looked at the DCC website a month or two ago, I saw quite a few information requests about dogs and all the rest of it, but none of mine were there, certainly not in the last 2 years that I looked at. So what is the criteria for putting these information requests up? Why do some get put on the website and others not? In my case, all excluded.
Well, and to be fair, through the chair, yours weren't excluded. So that there's no, they weren't there, but there's a difference. There are a whole heap of others that weren't there also. It's a very labour-intensive process, because to put people's requests up, they are entitled to privacy, so there's a whole heap of manual redaction that has to happen. But this, I suspect, will be one of the first jobs for the new Lagoima person, rather than necessarily charging, is looking at how to better manage that process of publication to the website. So at the minute, the criteria are things that are likely to have a degree of public interest or have been subject to multiple requests. And the person also, I think, when they apply, is made aware that the request may be published.
Do you agree that finding what the actual costs were for the George Street playground, seesaws and canopy would basically meet the criteria of something high public interest that should end up on the website?
It did end up on the website as part of the media release when that information was made public.
I'm speaking particularly of my Lagoima request in the first instance, which I believe was what made those individual costs public.
We can agree to disagree on that, Councillor, but the information is in the public domain.
If there's no Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. On a different topic about councillor appointments to outside organisations. And I'm on, I think, maybe half a dozen, of which I understand some are statutory appointments. And as just as part of this review, are staff going to talk to people who are appointed onto organisations? Because there are a couple that I'm on. I honestly do not know why I'm there. I don't feel that I add any particular value. And another organisation that I'm on is the organisation is already looking ahead. They're developing a skills matrix to provide to the incoming council about what kind of position, who would best fit their organisation. So I know it's a complicated thing, but I do think the current appointment, maybe their view, if there's going to be a report coming, it might be worthwhile talking to them. Mr. West, you might have a...
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, as part of the review, it is intended to contact all the current councillors that are on the memberships.
Councillor Barker.
Can I just follow up on that, because in 2022 I sent an email asking around some of these things, and are you collecting the constitutions, the MOUs, the terms of reference and the service levels and as well? Because I had an embarrassing moment when we turned up to a meeting and there was a bit of stuff going on and I didn't know whether we had voting rights or not. So is that stuff going to be captured in this?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it is. A stock take has been taken, and the next stage of I'll be picking up and doing the review and going through it quite extensively.
Okay, that seems to have exhausted questions, so I will move that the committee notes the Civic Affairs Activity Report. Seconded Councillor Gilbert. Is there any discussion? Councillor Hurlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say something about Lagoimas. I feel, as a former journalist, I need to speak up here. I'm a wee bit concerned about the charging thing. However, I understand if someone requests a huge amount of information, that then there has to be charges for the time. I understand that some organisations do that. However, I would warn that making a Lagoimas anyway difficult for people to get would be a mistake, because we do have to keep transparency for the public. And, you know, when there's information and there's public interest, I think it's really important that Lagoimas are treated with the timely manner that they're needed and adhered to. But I think our council has a good reputation for that, I think they have. Surely, I'm sure the reporter will have something to say about that. But I just wanted to say, I think obviously as a council and a councillor on this council, I think it's really important that we have really very strong, transparent Lagoima processes. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak in support of the work going on around the various appointments of councillors. I raised this issue back in my first triennium, and I understood that the constitutions vary considerably. The reasons why we're appointed to committees, our external committees and organisations, is very varied and in some cases very complex. So I thank the staff for their work when workloads are very high. I do think as we approach a new triennium, this is worthwhile. And it may not be able to be entirely sorted, but I think some of the appointments will be able to be assessed as non-essential. And in fact, my finding was that in some cases, organisations didn't understand that if you had a councillor appointed to their organisation, that councillor was not then able to advocate at the council table. So there was a kind of irony there, in that they had formerly believed that having a councillor there meant you had that knowledge, but it works the other way. So learnings on both sides. So I support the staff and their work on this. I think it will be beneficial and with a better understanding of how we can be most efficient in supporting our community.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the engagement and hearings part of this report. As we can see, there's been a dramatic increase in engagement, but I also, when you look further down in 7 and 8 of this report, it talks about everything that's taking place. So I want to acknowledge staff, especially across this, because when you look at what has taken place, what we've consulted on, what we've asked people to engage with, there's actually quite a lot being done in the last 12 months. And thank you to the public that keep on submitting and being part of those processes. It's not easy to sort of stay across what is taking place, but you know, we may not get great numbers in some of these submission processes, but we actually get active submitters, and I think that's really, really important. But the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes in going through the submission process, I can't recall in my 12 years a more active period in the last 12 months of public engagement, submissions, hearings, right across the board. So, and again, it's also the workload for councillors as well. So acknowledging that fact, this has not been an easy last 12 months, and I think this part of the report actually outlines that.
Okay, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. I'm now going to move that we adjourn for 5 minutes to stretch one's legs and perhaps get a cup of tea. Seconded, Councillor Lafiso. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. So we now are on to item 10, which is a Part B item. Thus, we are recommending to Council whatever we choose to recommend. I'll just be clear that I intend to, so that we know what we're talking about, I intend to move option 3, but I also have a request from Councillor Gilbert that if option 3 doesn't pass, he wants to move option 4. So I'm sure everybody's read the detail of those options and what the differences are within them. And so we'll start off with any comment from staff, please.
Just for the Māori impact statement, there was a glitch in the publishing. So there's some stats from Health New Zealand's 2024 New Zealand Health Survey that aren't in the paper. So that's just that 14.7% of people who identified as Māori were smokers. Across the whole New Zealand adult population, it's 6.9%. And also last year, people who identified as Māori, 28.8% of them identified as vapers.
Sorry, what was that last number?
28.8% of Māori identified as vapers.
Okay, so questions. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reading the report, I was surprised about the parsimony of the 2014 Council in respect of signage around public spaces and sports fields and so on. Can you tell us what is the situation now?
As part of the Parks and Recreation strategy that's been in place since 2017, as signage and things like waste bins get replaced, they do have smoke-free icons on them now.
Okay, and since that's been in place for 2 years, did you say since 17? So pretty much all of those signs on public places like sports fields will have been replaced over that period or coming up to it now.
I think so. I'd have to check with the Parks and Rec team, but just to clarify, that's parks, recreation spaces and sports grounds. That's not across all council facilities.
That was my next question. What's the situation with our buildings and halls and so on?
I don't know the answer to that, Councillor, but I'll check with the property team. I would suspect, no, I won't guess, I will get back to you on it.
Councillor Hurlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just ask, on page 42, on the option 4, where it says that the legal high policy includes sensitive sites, meaning that the legal high, this doesn't apply to us, does it? I think, I'm just checking, I don't think there's, am I correct in saying, I think I read there somewhere, the legal high,
Well, there are no substances
No
available.
substances, yeah, the vapes and that aren't legal highs as such, are they? So if we brought in option 4, the people who have vape shops won't have to close up and move out, will they? That's not an option. No.
No, because closing vape shops and things that were in earlier legislation have been repealed. So the legislation that's come into place today is what applies.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Lucas.
Thanks, Denny. This is, I thought, a nice, clearly written report. But if you could just explain just simply the difference between option 3 and option 4, just so that everybody's very clear what the differences are. Thank you.
So option 3 would be signage and things around council facilities. So for example, this building and the Civic Centre and the library would have smoke-free signage outside. There's a difference between what council can do in places that it owns and other places. So for example, you could make the library plaza smoke-free around 5 metres if we wanted to, but once you got down the stairs into Moray Place, we wouldn't have any control over it. Option 4 would fit in with the sensitive sites as defined in the legal high policy, and so that's in the map of all the sensitive areas, which is MSD sites, Ministry of Justice, schools and churches and things like that.
Any more questions? Councillor Barker.
So just thinking about the difference between 3 and 4, what are our powers to enforce when we're talking about this, the what we can do on council property, our own property, and then what we can do in sensitive areas, which is more public areas? Do we need bylaws to enforce, or how do we get teeth, I guess?
So the difference between a bylaw and the policy is how we choose to enforce things, and I've talked to the group manager property around that. We take an education approach with our bylaws anyway, so we do education with dog control or noise control before people get told off or there are penalties. So we'd have to think in the implementation plan around the approach with that. And other councils doing similar things, like in Napier and Hastings, it's around socialisation and behaviour change that they've been doing over the past 7 or 8 years to gradually extend the policy. So it's become a community culture thing as much as anything.
Can you please explain as to whether there are any extra costs between the 4 options?
No, because I've spoken to the other teams and it's around gradually, with any kind of implementation, being part of operational costs. So if you thought about outside the library, we could get the signage, which is free from Health New Zealand, and it would be the cost of taking out the ashtrays that are there. So it would be a gradual operational cost. It wouldn't be a large amount of money all in one go.
And so for that to happen, and I'm playing devil's advocate here, where do the smokers go? Yep, they can go home, I suppose. That's probably going to be their only option, isn't it, really? Or just don't go out at all. So there's no provision under any of these really for the consideration of people that choose to do illegal activity.
If you look,
sorry.
Do you want to speak?
Yeah. Kia ora, Mr. Chair, for that question. I think the report has been structured around smoke-free spaces, so we haven't put any particular thought to providing space for smokers.
So because, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is to pull the vaping into the same sort of parameters as the smoke-free or the smoking restrictions in terms of areas. So if we're doing that, we're now back to what there was before, about 25% of the population that are participating in either one or both, or collectively. And so I suppose as part of this, shouldn't there be consideration for where those people need to go when they can't go to the places that we're outlining here?
We could do some work depending on what options councillors want to progress. I'm thinking that we could speak to the university and the Polytech that have been smoke-free campuses for quite a long time and see how that works for their staff and their communities.
Mr. Mayor.
In terms of the University and Polytech, are the campuses also vape-free?
That's my understanding, yes.
And in terms of option 4...
Hot microphone.
In terms of option 4, point 33, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Social Welfare, have we consulted with them about making and moving retail locations away if we were going to include vaping, and also just the general introduction of areas around the city that we wanted to exclude smokers and vapors and/or vapors from.
We can't move vaping stores and locations away because that's no longer in the law, but we can talk to those sites around how to socialise it if this was going to be part of the policy.
Councillor Benson-Poe.
Thank you. We've known for a long time about the harmful effects of smoking tobacco. Is it fair to say that the evidence of the suspicion that vaping was going to be equally damaging is now starting to appear in reputable scientific studies?
Yes, I think some of you may recall that Linda Buxton, the former community manager at Cancer Society Otago, came and spoke around some of the evidence base that was growing around the damage of vaping to this meeting. Yeah.
So the discussion here, irrespective of what decision we make about acting on the advice or the alternatives, is about including vaping as an undesirable and dangerous activity along with smoking in all the signage. You say the signage is free. Is that smoke and vape free signage?
Yes, there is vape free signage now.
Councillor Benson Pope, I'll just highlight that it's undesirable to those who don't want to do it.
I'm sorry?
That vaping and smoking is undesirable to those who don't want to participate. I was just clarifying, you were making a general statement that these things are undesirable, full stop.
Well, let's say unhealthy then, shall we?
Pardon?
And you can choose to be unhealthy if you want to.
Yeah, that's right. Councillor Hurlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it fair to say that vaping does vaping predominantly target youth? Would that be fair to say? Is that something that's been noticed? Because it seems to be younger people that it's, or you don't think so, or yes?
I could only answer that anecdotally.
Yeah, thank you. 2025 was meant to be a really significant. Oh, 2025 was meant to be a really significant date for smoke-free, wasn't it? As I understand it, there was talk of our country being smoke-free in 2025. That obviously hasn't happened, and our government has made changes for that. So it's certainly, yeah, is that the case?
There have been reports recently of the number of smokers and vapers increasing since legislation was changed. But I know that it seems to be tracking okay in the work that I've been doing for this project. And in the 2 years that we've been working on this, the number of other councils in New Zealand that have policies has increased from 16 to 40.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. It's often claimed that the companies who manufacture vapes are owned by the big tobacco companies. Are you able to tell us whether that's true or not?
I don't have the evidence to answer that question.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the smoke-free by the end of 2025 was, in fact, I believe, my understanding is at least, to be less than 5% of the population, not actually entirely smoke-free. The smoke-free thing was the Smoke-Free Generation Act bill that then got chucked out recently. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Mayor.
When we're looking at the options, option 3.26 on, amend the policy to include smoke-free spaces and events, there's an implication in the first a few lines that would include vape-free. Is that correct? So that option 3 would mean smoke and vape-free spaces.
That's correct, and I will just mention that in speaking to our Parks and Recreation team who have got the smoke-free signage coming in already, they have noticed that people interpret that as meaning vape-free as well, so it's socialised to start with if we were to do something else.
So that's helpful, but will future signage have smoke-free and vape-free, or words to that effect, so that they're both included or not?
Yes, if council wanted that, we could do that very easily.
Bullet point 30, or paragraph 30, if you like, of the report that says the DCC Parks and Recreation team is currently reviewing its own strategy, which includes an action to implement the smoke-free policy at sports parks. Is that a different review to this one?
This policy is overarching for the whole Dunedin City Council. Parks and Recreation, like other teams, have their own strategies, and they are seeking guidance from this decision about how they progress the review of their own strategy. So they will fold in together.
Okay. And with all of these incentives and implementation, if you like, there's no enforcement, is there?
Depending on the decisions made, we can think about enforcement. But as I said earlier, the approach that we take with things like bylaws around animal control and noise control is education first and then enforcement later.
And so, based on the decisions that we have to make today, there's nothing there in terms of, you know, any sort of enforcement or punishment or whatever for anybody that goes and has a vape outside the wrong building.
No, because it's a policy rather than a bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
During the whole smoking debate, it took quite a long time for really good research to show that secondary smoke had harmful health effects. Do you know if there is any yet reputable evidence that secondary vaping produces harmful health effects?
I don't have that evidence.
That seems to be the end of questions. So, as I alluded to earlier, I'm prepared to move option 3, which is the moderate changes. And I think it's up on the board. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lofiso. Thank you. So, in speaking to this, obviously the policy we have right now is out of date. It is very clear that vaping needs to be included in this smoke-free, on the smoke-free journey. I do urge caution about the fact that whilst we, as a community and a council, are doing the best that we can to make it fair on the majority, whereby the majority don't smoke or vape, that these areas can be maintained as in all intents and purposes smoke-free. However, I also do highlight that somewhere along the line there has to be some provision made. It's not for a discussion today, I don't think, for those who still choose to either smoke or vape, and that is a personal choice, just the same as anybody eating a whole lot of pies. They're not good for your health, and so they are personal choices, and I think we just need to be a little bit careful that we're not taking away people's rights to do something that is definitely not legal. Sorry, definitely illegal. Whichever, I think you get the gist of what I'm saying. So I think option 4 is going just a little bit too far, especially in particular when it's talking about the legal high products, because they don't exist anymore in terms of being able to be purchased legally. So I think option 3 does fit the best in terms of what is looking to be achieved here. Speakers. Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I'd like to record my thanks to the officers for the report, and of course, it's given us a lot to think about, especially in terms of option 3 and option 4. Personally, I seconded the chair's motion because ideally, option 4 is where we need to go, but as the chair has said, we need to pace our policy progress, in my opinion, because I think that smoking is not a choice. Smoking is a response, a stress response to to the stress, especially in terms of noting the Māori numbers of smokers. It is a response to cope with the stress of being in a society that is not set up for them to benefit tangata whenua. So that's why I would advocate for recommendation 3, option 3, while we also do stuff as a council, needed to assist whānau and communities of smokers to make different choices, not to make different choices, but to have different responses to stress. And I'll quote what I said before in a previous debate, where as the Brockville Development Community Project, we instituted cooking classes, and a resident, not Māori, thanked us for the cooking classes because she said, now I can smoke less today because I have less stress. I know what I'm going to be cooking for the family. So it's all related, it's not isolated. So kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. As one of, I believe, 14 non-smokers around the table, don't get me wrong, I won't be miserable if option 3 passes. Any movement, in my opinion, is good movement. And legal or otherwise, I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find anyone that argues the health risks of smoking and the impacts, as was pointed out by Councillor Benson-Pope, the impacts of vaping are still yet to be understood. But the impression is that whilst not as bad as smoking, it's still worse than not smoking, particularly for the heart and lungs. Having said that, it seems to me that yet again it is left to local government to pick up where central government has let us down. By repealing the Smokefree generation law, which would have banned the sale of tobacco to anyone born after January the 1st, 2009, government's message seems fairly clear to me. They don't care whether Kiwis smoke or not, or at the very least, they lack the fortitude to hold to the smoke-free generation. I mean, they literally had to do nothing, just agree that the health of the nation is more important to them, and as is the undeniable mountain of evidence of the harm that smoking brings, not to mention the hefty cost to the health system. Since the 1970s, we have gone from roughly 60% of adults reportedly smoking regularly to under 7% nationally and almost 6% locally. We're so close to being smoke-free, one final nudge would do it. It appears, however, that that is something beyond the courage of our government. I guess, however, I shouldn't be surprised when the then Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters showed neither the restraint nor the respect to honour the smoke-free status when visiting our own campus at Otago University back in 2020, literally puffing away in front of a no smoking sign. If one of the leaders of the coalition government shows such disregard for policy, nor the fortitude to be able to last the duration of his visit to our campus without lighting up, what's the likelihood that the nation's well-being will get in the way of a durry? The cynic in me sees this as just another demonstration of their seeming ambivalence to the health of the nation. Alongside cuts to digital health infrastructure, other cuts to Health New Zealand, Te Whatuora, and the incessant diminishing of hospital rebuilds like Nelson's and of course our own. So yet again, here we are. It's left to local government to make the apparently tough decisions, to show that the health and well-being of our residents is at the front of our decision making, to show that we, at least, have spines.
Councillor Hurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, following on from that, I've seen the Honourable Minister Winston Peters smoke as well. He's always been a heavy smoker. He may have changed though, anything's possible I suppose, but so I won't be supporting this motion. I'll be supporting, if it fails, the fourth option. And I understand what the Chair's saying around freedom of choice However, with smoking and vaping, they're addictive. People start smoking them and then they have difficulty stopping because they're so addicted. And I mean, the story I think of is my granny sitting in the hospice dying of lung cancer. I suppose, to be fair, once you're dying of lung cancer, it doesn't really matter carrying on smoking or not. But she said to me, first thing she said when I got there, "Oh, can you take me out to the veranda? I need to have a smoke." And I thought, oh, there we go. But I'd had years of it growing up. I'd sit and do her nails and she'd sit there smoking, puffing right in my face. And I had some asthma, and her ceiling was even yellow. And she used to pull up at shops and she was mortified if they wouldn't let her in to have a cigarette while she had a coffee or a cup of tea. So, I've grown up with that. And I think we've got an opportunity to stop the culture, stop the pattern and break the cycle, because there's too many people who've grown up with grandmothers or parents who smoke and they think it's right to smoke as well. So our numbers have gone down from Granny's day, but there's still people out there smoking, and what's sad is I'm seeing a lot of young people vaping, and they think, oh yeah, it's not, maybe they think it's not too bad, I don't know, it's up to them what they think, but it's, I've watched, because I've got two teenagers, I've watched a couple of news docos on the vape and the things that can happen with them, and some of the stuff they put in those vapes sounded horrific, and some of the people in the documentary I watched were saying how they were almost like was sucking in a poison, and some kids were being taken to ED, and actually I think in some cases this must have been a very bad batch of some sort of vape, but some of them were getting very sick, and I think one or two died. So hopefully, obviously, when you buy a vape, you don't expect that. But I'm not sure, I don't know. Thankfully, I'm not a vapor or a smoker, although when I was 14, I suppose I did have the odd cigarette, but that's as far as it went for me, thankfully. So I think, opposed to this government who are spineless on this smoke-free stuff, we need to have a spine, like Councillor Gilbert said, and take action. I'm sick of it, and too bad if people can't find a place to smoke. Sorry, I know that sounds mean, but at the end of the day, it's your health. And if you want to live, give up smoking.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor. What's your name again? Houlihan. I always have those brain fades when it comes to naming other councillors. I did it once with Councillor O'Malley. Thank you for reminding me about my grandmother on my Scottish side, who used to smoke 60 cigarettes a day. And the joke in the family, and she lived till she was 87, and the joke in the family was the fact that the tar was probably holding her lungs together. But there we go. I'm not going to support this, and despite some of the very important commentary from Councillor Lefiso, which I think some of which is relevant, I won't support this. For me, it's about ambition, an ambition to protect generations to come. And I think as is listed as one of the advantages in option 3, I think that says it for me. It's a missed opportunity to make meaningful changes to Dunedin's smoke-free policy. And when I talk about ambition, we shouldn't underestimate that. And if you've on your computers and you want to Google Iceland alcohol, you'll understand how Iceland went from the country with the highest abuse of teenagers abusing alcohol to now one of the lowest abusers of alcohol in the world. And how did they do that? They did that by investing in schools, in parents, in education over a generation. So it's a very interesting story, and I think there's even a doco on it somewhere. It seems also to me opposite that we're doing this on the very day, actually, that the vaping law changes take effect, which in summary are banning disposable vapes, long overdue. And a notable difference, you'll notice today, a notable difference to the shop frontage for the vaping shops in Dunedin, again, long overdue. And also long overdue, the marketing of vaping products. And if anybody knows anybody at the university doing research into the effects of vaping, my wife's on the periphery of that. It's pretty horrific, and we're I guess condemning a generation of our young'uns to unknown effects that will come to the fruition as those studies progress. In a general sense, a smoke-free, vape-free Dunedin is a no-brainer for me. Why shouldn't we promote public health? Why shouldn't we try to reduce exposure to second-hand smoke? And why shouldn't we endeavour to create a healthier city for all of our residents? We all claim to be visionary, so let's support this so that Dunedin can be a leader in denormalising, if that's even a word, smoking, encouraging smokers to quit and preventing young people from starting in the first place. And why shouldn't we as civic leaders be at the forefront of supporting improved health outcomes, cleaner environments, and overall just a more enjoyable experience for everybody who lives, works and plays in Utaputi. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I support what Councillor Fiso said earlier, that this is a good step forward without making a huge rod for our own back and creating a set of parameters or regulations or bylaws that we won't be able to enforce and will just be ineffective in improving the situation. I think by moving to this, we will create a series of areas that will be smoke and vape free. And I think one of the key reasons why people take up smoking or vaping is peer pressure. And I think moving vaping and smoking away from sports areas and recreational areas and parks and outside in the close proximity of certain facilities will help with removing the crowds of people all engaging in the same activity and move them further away and more dispersed, so that there is a little bit less peer pressure. And one of the other things that I think would help with the whole vaping situation, because it seems like the percentage of people that were smoking has now simply moved over to vaping. So there's just as many people vape/smoking as what there were smoking when there were no vapes. One of the key factors there is the price differential of nicotine. So a large reason why they've moved over, in my observation, in discussions with people I know, is that people can still get their nicotine fix from a vape rather than a cigarette. So there's an issue there, and with that price differential, and that would be a very easy fix for the government to make. And so I think there's arguably less harm with vapes, but as we've heard, there is still harm with vapes, and certainly if people are using vapes with nicotine in them, which I believe is most of the ones sold, then they're also becoming addicted. And therein lies a significant part of the problem. So I think removing that price differential on the price of nicotine would make a difference. But I certainly support this option 3 as a good place for us to move to for now.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting option 3, but I will be supporting option 4. Some councillors have talked about a small step forward, but I think we need to take a great leap forward. I'm committed to Smoke-Free 2025. If we don't do it now, then when? We're just asking for education, not a punitive approach, and I really feel like we need to have aspirations for our community and we need to be strong. So what we're talking about is our main public spaces based on those sensitive sites to be smoke-free, not a hodgepodge of space, which is the moderate changes in option 3. We talk about freedom of choice for people to smoke or vape, but we also need to think about role models, and if we have sensitive spaces where people are role modelling that the norm is not to smoke, then I think that's aspirational for people so that it's a social norm. I also think that we need to think about our environment strategy, because not only is smoking and vaping bad for people, it is also bad for our environment. So we also just need to think about that. We do say that we are the wildlife capital of the world, and we talk about having safe, clean air, etc., and this is part of it. When we look at the statistics, we've got 6.9% of adults smoking, but 10% of people growing vaping, and it's really concerning that it's growing exponentially and it's growing in young people. So what do young people see when they go out, and what is the norm? And we talk about that peer pressure as well. We also talk about the harm to others. I think that if you're going to eat a lot of pies, you might harm yourself, but I don't know if the flying pie crumbs are going to harm anyone else. And the research... We like seagulls. Rebel Girl for Bird of the Year. The second-hand vaping, there is some research being done, and its long-term effects are being investigated. But what is known is that the vape aerosol contains a number of harmful substances, including nicotine, ultrafine particles, and various other toxins, including several cancer-causing agents. So we know that there's evidence around second-hand smoke being bad for people, but also there is evidence that non-smokers exposed to second-hand vape absorb similar levels of nicotine as people exposed to second-hand cigarette smoke. So we need to worry about that, the ultrafine particles, and then it also says that second-hand vape aerosol also contains several known carcinogens that may increase the risk of certain cancers, lead, formaldehyde, and toluene. So my caution there is that we need to create that fresh air for our people to thrive, and I think we need to go for option 4, which is substantive change, because that is what we need in the city.
Councillor Vandervis.
I agree with Councillor Barker, but I don't think that the substantial change that's heralded in option 4 will actually be that substantial, and it's because, as Mr Mayor has pointed out, it's unenforceable. This is one area where I think, an unusual area that I think where we really do need to be aspirational. Being aspirational, spending a whole lot of other people's money is something that I'm not usually keen on. But when we can, at no real cost, be aspirational with this policy, given that it is essentially unenforceable, but it will actually have an effect in terms of peer pressure. So I agree with Mr Mayor that peer pressure is a significant thing, especially for young people starting. And of course, once you've started, it can be very, very difficult to get off. So to me, the freedom of choice issue, and I think Councillor Ackland makes actually a very good point, that if people really want to harm their own health, that's their business, especially if people are well informed. There is a freedom of choice issue here, but then you've got to look at the freedom of choice of everybody involved. Just the smell of vapes, quite frankly, is not something that is very welcoming, especially when you have some idea of the chemicals and toluene and whatever else is in it. So I think that we should actually go for option 4, given that it's not that much of a big step. It's not like we can enforce it. It's not like people are going to end up being criminalised if they break the rules. It's essentially us saying to Dunedin, this is the kind of peer pressure that we think is in everybody's best interests, the vapors, the smokers, and everybody else. So option 4, I think, works.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Vandervis about being aspirational, and I'll be voting for option 4 based on what some of my colleagues have already covered off. Smoking is a personal choice, but public, we have a responsibility to role model what happens in our city in public, and I'm particularly passionate about fresh air that we all breathe. A broader smoke-free policy is beneficial because of that secondhand smoke harm. Decreasing smoking, normalising smoke-free environments, improving public health and reducing healthcare costs. so much healthier for our vulnerable communities, for children, for pregnant people, for non-smokers. I think this will have a positive impact on everybody. Also in reducing litter, because the number one rubbish item that we collect is not only cigarette butts but disposable vapes. And I'm very pleased to see the law today banning disposable vapes and minimising advertising of these items. I think banning public vaping will reduce our youth vaping rates, and this is particularly why I'm voting this way. We need to address those environmental concerns and curb the gateway effects that vaping leads to smoking. We know that vaping is addictive. E-cigarettes contain nicotine and vapes contain very many harmful chemicals. If you stop vaping, it's 2 weeks to 3 months for your lung function to improve and up to a year for your lungs to repair. I worry about our young people. I worry about my 21-year-old who often exhibits a cough, a sore throat, and she is a vapor. Nausea, headaches, coughing, they are side effects of vaping. We already know that institutions, schools and universities are vape-free. The visuals of vaping and smoking are part of the addictive behaviour. We need to role model healthier behaviour versus the peer pressure at the moment that vaping is seen as cool. We've heard from staff that the only cost is operational, the signage is free. What we're looking for here is behaviour change and the socialisation of a community culture that is smoke-free. I will be supporting option 4. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Okay, so I will use my right of reply to agree with some people and disagree with others. One thing I'll say, and I'm not going to go through everybody individually, but quite simply, yes, this is something that for the betterment for pretty much everybody, that the harm that smoking and vaping does, it needs to be reminded to people that participate in those things. But I don't think that making it difficult for people to do this when it is not something that is illegal, I think is, that's wrong. You know, people should have the freedom of choice to do what they want. When it comes to affecting other people, whether it be from the terrible stench of a vape or the cigarette smoke, I find that most people that do participate in those things are pretty considerate, and probably because they're always getting thrashed. As governors, we need to be serious. We need to be visionary. Well, if that's the case, have the balls to put enforcement and fines in place. Otherwise, as governors, you're not really doing anything except for what's already being done. Option 4, the main difference with that is referring to something that doesn't exist in this country anymore. There are no legal high substances available. All the high substances are illegal. And of course, we're not dealing with that. The other thing that I would just point out too is that 7 years ago, I saw firsthand in Hawaii that the only place that you could smoke was on the street. And if you know how tourism goes in Hawaii, there are a lot of folk from Asia that go there, and they are big smokers. And so what you end up with is the opposite to what Mr. Mayor said before. You don't have people dispersed. You have them all congregating on the street, smoking to their heart's content because they can't do it anywhere else, and throwing their butts all over the show. I thought it was an absolute disgrace. And then, of course, you get into the likes of California law, which apparently is supposed to be tougher than Hawaii, but they do actually have smoking and vaping areas in a lot of parts of their cities and hotels and so on. But the ironic thing there is that you also have people sitting there smoking a joint that's bigger than what Cheech and Chong would ever have. And so, it comes down, I suppose, to what the preferences are of the various communities. I think that education, without being too forceful or too judgmental, is the better way to go. I'll put the motion by division.
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Benson-Pope? No. Councillor Gary?
No.
Councillor Gilbert?
No.
Councillor Houlihan?
No.
Councillor Fiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lucas?
No.
Councillor Mayhem?
No.
Mayor Raddick?
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis?
No.
Councillor Walker?
No.
Councillor Weatherall?
Aye.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Councillor Ackland?
Yes.
I have to count it manually, it's playing up.
It's 9-5.
9-5.
So it's been lost.
Lost 9-5, sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, everybody. And as we now move on to the, is it a consequential? No, it's not consequential. Subsequent, thank you. Motion of Councillor Gilbert's. Councillor Gilbert. Yes, you'll need a second. Pardon? Good point. Sorry, I asked for it. Yeah, I asked for it because I was chairing. Yeah, I thought you had to ask yourself, but no, I'll ask for you. We've got Councillor Gilbert moving option 4. Is there a seconder? Councillor Mayhem. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I said everything more or less that I wanted to say beforehand, just in case it didn't pass. But I agree with Councillor Barker's comment previously that I've never heard of second-hand pie creating an issue.
No, but it's a huge strain on the health system. Anyway, I think most people have probably said what they want to say, but I will obviously give you the opportunity. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I saved my comments until now. So thank you to colleagues who have thought carefully about this, and I took on board what Councillor Lefiso said. And I just remind people that smoking and vaping is an addiction. It's not a choice thing, and this is not about being judgmental at all. The 2023 legislation, and I couldn't care less. Honestly, couldn't care less about which government passed the legislation or repealed it. It's about that there was legislation, and the legislation on smoke-free and for a smoke-free generation, which meant that no one born after the 1st of January 2009 would be able to buy cigarettes. That was heralded internationally as being extraordinary legislation and showed great leadership. And it was something our country could be proud of. So it was extremely disappointing when it was repealed largely. And the comment around it's a matter of choice and it doesn't affect other people, albeit through second-hand smoke, is not entirely true, because if we think of the burden on our health system, that is significant. Strangely enough, quite separate from this, as I came to work this morning, I passed somebody sitting peacefully in the sun, enjoying a cigarette, and I remember thinking, I had an interchange with them, I remember thinking how strange that was, how unusual that was. And I can remember, because of my age and how long I've been around this table too, how much our behaviour has changed on this. And it comes from a time when, and I remember a particular workplace that I worked in Auckland as a part-time job when I was a student for doing postgrad. It was a very confined workplace and there were a lot of smokers. And I remember the issue of second-hand smoke and how concerning that was. So many parts of our behaviour have changed in this regard. And so when I saw that smoker this morning, it was very unusual. It would not have been unusual back when I was a teenager. And to Councillor Walker's comment about Iceland, I do have to say 10 years ago, however, teenagers were able to smoke at high school, so that wasn't so good. And we can do more in this area. It's always going to be on a continuum. We are tasked with advocating for our community around their health and their well-being, and those advantages are set out really clearly in the paper that we've got before us. And quite often we get told, this is not your business, central government's responsible for this. Well, central government has actually dropped the ball largely, although the changes that are being brought in today are certainly welcome. And I remember I don't always remember the detail of every debate from 9 years ago, 8 years ago or whatever, but I do remember this debate, and I do remember that we weren't able to encompass, it was in the early days of vaping, and there were concerns then about young people and about vape shops, and look how that has come to pass. And it does concern me hugely about the number of vape shops that have popped up around our city. So what we are considering here, and one of the aspects which is about the locality of vape shops in relation to public facilities, is very relevant to that. So I will support this motion. We need to do the very best we can for our communities, and when I make my decisions, I make them based on evidence, and there is enough evidence here to convince me, quite apart from the anecdotal things that I see, to vote in support of option 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, that still says option 3, but I assume it will be changed to option 4. I just sort of say a couple of other things that I thought of, and they follow on from what Councillor Gary said actually, is that the work environment has changed dramatically. I can remember being a reporter, and in the newsroom, I walked into ironically, the sports office, and the sports editor was a heavy smoker at the time. I could barely see in front of me, there was that much smoke. And then where my desk sat, I could turn to my left and I saw the editor's office was just there. And he regularly had his door open, was a heavy smoker. He came from the era of the hard news reporters who'd drink hard, smoke hard, and he kept up the smoking. Probably, can't comment about the drinking, but yeah, I mean, we breathed all that in all the time. And I can also remember when I was quite a lot younger, going out to nightclubs or bars or whatever to have a few drinks, and I'd come home and my clothes would stink of smoke, and I hadn't been smoking. I wasn't a smoker. And now, of course, you can go out and 99% of the time, unless you're in a very rare place, because of these laws, you don't come back breathing in secondhand smoke or smelling of cigarette smoke. So it's fantastic, quite frankly, because my throat used to hurt when I came home sometimes because of all the secondhand smoke that I breathed in. And that quote has to be the quote of the year, the flying pie bits. That's very good, Councillor Barker. I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
I just wanted to add to the debate about triggers. You might crave a cigarette or a vape when you see someone else using a vape. You smell the aerosol from a vape or the vapour. You hang out with friends who vape or use other tobacco products. You go to a party or a social event. You're studying with your friends. You're offered a vape or a new flavour, or you see vapes being utilised around us. To help someone smoking or they need to avoid all of those triggers, as mentioned before, the visual effect. Seeing someone smoking triggers the urge to smoke or vape, especially if you are trying to quit. Seeing someone light up with a drink or a coffee sends you a strong cue. Intertwined with daily routines and activities, it's classic conditioning and learned behaviour, like Pavlov's dog, that subconscious trigger to salivate at the sound of a bell. It's more of a challenge to maintain abstinence when you see someone smoking, and it's a huge challenge to resist that craving. By removing that public visual, we will help people with managing their addiction. Kia ora.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Gilbert.
Just exceptionally quickly, Councillor Hurlan is quite right. The environment has changed, and this is her reference to restaurants and bars and things and visiting it. For those of us who used to work in those environments for 8 hours, surrounded by in a room full of smoke, going home simply reeking of it every day, having to wash your clothes because it reeked. Those days no longer exist, thankfully, December the 10th, 2004. And Councillor Gary is absolutely right. Central government has dropped the ball on this, and whilst I agree that this is a largely toothless step, it is an educative step, it's encouraging step, it's sending that message, as I believe has been said before, that we care and we're trying to make Dunedin the healthiest place we can.
Can we put it by voice, or do you want division? Division. Okay, so I'll put the motion by division.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye. Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes.
Councillor Fiso. No. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Councillor Ackland.
No. So it's carried 10-4.
Motion carried 10-4. Yep.
Thank you, everybody. Moving on to item number 11. And so this is the South Dunedin Library and Community Complex building name, just to be clear. Do we have anybody to... Here comes Cam. Thank you. Do you have any comments to make to start with, Cam?
It's ordinarily I wouldn't, but it's probably worth just saying that the report does bring before you the name that has been offered for the new building that houses the South Dunedin Library, and what it doesn't do is clarify what the next steps might be for a name for the actual library. So just apologies from staff. That's something that's slipped through the cracks in this instance, and I can imagine our conversation will probably incorporate that topic as well.
Okay, so is everybody clear on that? We've got the building name, which has been recommended here, and we also need to deal with the naming of the library and hub as well. So let's go with questions first. Questions, Councillor Houlihan had her hand up first.
But it's been answered because I just wanted clarification around that because it wasn't 100% clear on there. But yes, the building, but the library itself doesn't keep that name. It's yet to be named. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
I'd just like to foreshadow a motion for naming, or a suggestion for the naming of the library that Council calls it the South Dunedin Community Library. A very simple name. And then as a recommendation, and then presents it to the South Dunedin community for some consultation, and bring back staff, bring back a report from them for discussion at a July meeting. So I think I've got a resolution there.
So we'll come back to that once we're finished with questions, but I'll just highlight, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, that this is sort of like part two. Part one is the name of the building as per the recommendation on the order paper. Is that right? So we've got the naming of the building.
Okay, the naming of the building's a noting report. The physical naming of the building.
So how can that be a noting report?
Because that's what what was asked for, following Te Pai. By the members of Te Pai, which includes all councillors.
By council, yeah.
So you'll see that in the report.
Okay.
And so staff are responding to that direction. So this is a noting report.
That answers that. Thank you. Right. So we're noting the naming of the building as per the name on the order paper, and this next recommendation is in relation to the actual library itself. So, questions, Councillor Mayhem?
I'm just questioning the Mayor's naming suggestion. I think that we call all of our libraries and community complexes Blueskin Bay Library and Community Complex, South Dunedin Library and Community Complex. I'm not sure what the other places are called, but is it a rule of thumb that they're called Library and Community Complex? They already have a name.
That's the precedent.
Councillor Barker?
Just following on from that, I didn't seem to recall that we called the other libraries community complexes. Am I confused about that?
I believe it's just that library that has that moniker.
So my actual question was around naming policies of DCC. I was to say buildings, but there's also parks and reserves and all of that kind of thing. So do we actually have a naming policy? I feel like I saw it in a forward work program.
To answer this question, there's one that's been asked many times. We don't have a current naming policy, as we've said before, that we haven't had staff resource to apply to it. And while there's been 2 facilities named in recent years, it doesn't happen terribly often. Naming of parks is potentially different again, so it's a reasonably complicated policy to do. There is no resource currently assigned to doing it.
I guess I'm asking this question because I'm on the Hereweka Harbour Cone Trust, which is council land, but there's a trust overseeing it, and the naming of areas, there's no council covering policy. So I just wonder that if council felt that it was an important thing to do, could we add that to work program at some stage?
Council can add it to the work program, but it would need to be prioritised. The work would need to be prioritised alongside the other work.
Councillor Vandervis?
I've long been concerned by the composition and function of Te Pai Maori as a unit. And my understanding is that this non-public assembly is
Councillor
not...
Vandervis, you're moving off the agenda here. We're talking about the naming of these places, not...
Yes, and the naming, if you look at number 5, is following the Te Pai Maori meeting, and following the meeting, staff were directed to provide a report for noting. My point here is that Te Pai Maori is not a committee or a workshop or anything that is in a position to make any decisions at all. It's a non-decision making body, and as such, this whole agenda, I believe, is ultra vires. We cannot have a non-decision making, non-public pressure group directing.
Point.
Okay, everybody pause. The first one came from Councillor Gary. Point of order.
Point of order, misrepresentation. The councillor is speaking about Te Pai Maori in a way that is not factual, just because he doesn't, I believe, agree with the decision. We're talking about the library name here, and that's what we should be focusing on.
I'm going to move we adjourn for 5 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Lafiso. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you.
I have a further point of order about process.
Well, hold on. I have to rule on the last one first. So
Well, that's what I'm raising. If I could explain.
No.
And if I might, you
Finish, you'll understand my concern. That's fine.
We're going to stick to the book here. So I'm sorry, Councillor Benson Pope. There is a point of order that's been raised. We've adjourned so as I can take advice. I've taken the advice and now I'm going to rule on it and then I'll listen to you. So the point of order in relation to the suggestion from Councillor Vandervis that the Te Pai Mari is a pressure group, I will uphold the point of order and I'll ask Councillor Vandervis to retract that.
I'm happy to retract my opinion that it is a pressure group, yes.
Okay, so Councillor Benson Pope, you have a process concern?
Yes, I do. This is not the first time this has happened in meetings, not just meetings chaired by you Mr. Councillor Ackland, but the point of order process does also enable people to speak during the meeting to the point of order if the chair allows. What happened here was you adjourned the meeting to take advice about the point of order. Councillor Vandervis, against whom the point of order was raised, was
sent away.
Well,
I sent him away.
He approached you 3 times during the course of the adjournment.
He was sent away by myself and by the Chief Executive when he approached that discussion as well. So I'm not going any further with that either. Right. So a point of order was called. It's been ruled upon. How much time has Councillor Vandervis got left to speak? Because he was speaking.
I think we should clarify a couple of the other.
Oh, yes, sorry. Just to clarify a couple of other parts in relation to what was raised. Okay,
And so the chair has asked that I clarify a couple of matters that were also raised by Councillor Vandervis around the constitution or otherwise of Te Pai. So Te Pai is a formally constituted mana-to-mana mechanism where councillors and mana whenua and mātā waka engage. Technically it is not a decision-making body, and so I have provided advice to the chair that this committee should accept the name that was provided for, formally accept the name at the meeting today, the gifted name, and so the GSO is crafting a resolution to that effect, the Māori name for the building in South Dunedin, and then the committee considers or otherwise whether it wishes to proceed to consider a name for the library complex within that.
Okay.
And if I could just add to that point, because I chaired that Te Pai meeting when mana whenua gifted the name, and I thanked them for the name, and that was all that happened at that meeting in respect to the name. We will just thank them. It was nothing happened.
Okay, so I'm just going to put this down to the fact that the wording of the recommendation that we note the name was slightly incorrect, and that the wording is going to be such that what we're talking about here today is that we accept the name. But at the moment we're still in question time. And Councillor Vandervis, although he was on a journey of speaking, I'll go back to him for his question.
Given that the Chief Executive has confirmed that Te Pai Mari is not a decision-making group, how is it that Te Pai Mari has decided to change its own terms and conditions, its own constitutional makeup, and how is it that Te Pai Mari can, as in item 9 on our agenda, direct to provide this report for noting? How can a non-decision making group direct council to report for noting?
Well, we've covered that. And that's not what's happening. What is happening here is we're being asked to accept the name that has been gifted to us by mana whenua. Okay?
So we're changing number 9 then? So we're no longer agreeing that staff were directed to provide a report for noting by Te Pai Mari?
If I might, the staff report is the staff report, and I would need to check with staff their understanding, but the decision in front of the committee is on the board.
I accept the decision that's on the board. My question is, are we rescinding or are we showing to be faulty, in fact, the background statement, item 9, that said, following this Te Pai Maori meeting, staff were directed to provide a report for noting? Because this sets a precedent for a non-decision-making body to direct council to do something.
If I might, through the chair.
Yes, Chief Executive.
Can I make a suggestion? And that is to say that we move them down to B and C, and A, note the contents of the South Dunedin Library, the recommendation as per the order paper. Note the contents of the South Dunedin Library and Community Complex Building Name Report. That's A. And B, accepts the name with gratitude, because then no?
Because the councillor's issue is with a particular paragraph in the report, but we've already acknowledged that Te Pai is not a decision-making body, but until I've spoken with staff and just checked what their understanding was from that meeting, and I'm sorry, I don't remember it clearly, I'm not going to change it, but the point is the decisions that council are making, of the committee, are on the board. But we have already said that Te Pai is a non-decision making forum.
So I just
hold on. We're going to carry on. No, we're going to carry on. Sorry. Councillor Vandervis, your concern about Te Pai Maori not being a decision-making forum has been acknowledged, and that's the last we're going to talk about it today. So if you've got any other questions in relation to this report or the naming of the building, please ask them now.
Does the acknowledgement extend to rescinding item 9 on our agenda?
Well, it's not item 9, it's paragraph 9.
If I might, for one final time, the staff who were the authors of this report aren't here, I don't think, and so I will need to check with them. I will happily circulate a clarification following the meeting once I've had a chance to discuss with them. But for one final time, what council is actually deciding is on the board.
And so that's where we're going to go from here, is we've acknowledged your concerns and there has been an adjustment to the recommendation that reflects that. Okay, so any other questions? Councillor Gary.
Yes, it's one for the Chief. Chief Executive Graham, it is not unusual for council or parts of council to request a report before we consider a decision like this.
Through the chair, that's correct, and the word directed could equally have said asked, and so or requested, and so it may just be a poor use of a word. But I appreciate that words are important.
Any other questions? Okay, so that takes us to the recommendations as they are on the board, which I'm sure is what I've got in front of me, and that is A, that the committee accepts with gratitude the name Te Whata o Kaituna for the name of the building in South Dunedin, and B, recommends South Dunedin Community Library as the preferred name for the new library and asks staff to consult with the community on the preferred name and report back to the July 2025 council meeting. So I'll move that. Seconded, Councillor Lofiso. There's not much to say really. I think the name's totally unfitting. We've got the report that explains exactly what it all means, and I think the best thing about this is that that we're capturing the flavour of what the naming of the building is all about, but we're also noting that the biggest function within the building is the South Dunedin Community Library, and I think there's a balance there between the two languages, which I think is really good. And I suppose in comparison, if you think of Moana Pool, which was named in 1964, Moana is also a Maori word, and nobody ever had a complaint about that, whereas the Mosgiel Pool, because there was no English attached to it, people got a bit concerned. I think we've got the balance right here. Speakers, please. Councillor Van der Vis.
I agree. I think that there is a reasonable balance, given that we have an English direction. If we want to send somebody to the South Dunedin Library, that's what it'll be called, and we can send them there, and there's going to be no confusion. I think it's regrettable that we haven't done the same with the Mosgiel Pool situation. If I have relatives or friends coming over here, want to send them to our new Mosgiel Pool, it's a tongue twister to try and get them to understand the name of it, and it's an issue for a lot of people that believe that we should have, if not subtitles in English, we should have super titles in English. I'm not opposed to having Maori names for anything. In fact, I think it was me that that either moved or seconded the name Toitu for the Otago Early Settlers Museum. And the reason that I was particularly keen on Toitu was that the Otago Early Settlers Museum is a bit of a mouthful, that the Toitu stream used to run right through that place, that there was quite a bit of Maori history in this museum, and to me that made perfect sense. I'm not so keen on this particular Maori name, Te Wata o Kaituna, because it's a bit of a mouthful. That's my only real problem with it. If they'd come back with something that was as neat as Toitu, or even Te Papa, I would have said absolutely fine. But the fact that there's this kind of pressure now to put as many Maori words into things as possible.
Point of order.
Point of order.
22.c, disrespect.
I'll uphold that. Councillor Van der Vis, please just be careful how you term and word your comments in relation to the Māori words and how they are put together.
My plea in my remaining few seconds is that if we're going to have Maori words, please let us have proximate translations so we can actually know what is being said, because there's a great deal that happens here that is unclear, and if we don't clearly know what is being said, it cannot lead to good outcomes. So thank you for hearing me out. I'm happy to vote for this, by the way.
Thank you. Councillor Wetherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just look at this and I really appreciate the gifting of names from mana whenua, and I'm really, it just worries me that it gets a wee bit, as Councillor Van der Vis has said, a bit of a mouthful, and people look at it and put it into the too hard basket, I believe. I look at Moana Pool, fantastic, easy to say, easy to understand, Tahuna Intermediate, Kaituna Library, I'd be all for that. And I look at the translation here in the paper, and Te Whata, or Whata, I think, is it? Even then, you see, I can't get it right. But the paper states that it describes an elevated structure to store kai. Well, we're storing books here, we're not storing kai. And I just think that it complicates the whole situation, naming the building separate to the library. Everybody's talking about and in great anticipation this library, and I just think I just don't agree with naming the building and the library in two separate names. Goodness knows what the suggestions will be for the library, because possibly we may be gifted more names from mana whenua to have another name for that opposed to the English version. I think we should incorporate it, we should be respectful of mana whenua, but I think that the building just looks absolutely fantastic with the kaituna all over the front of it. I think it's fantastic. But I think we need to simplify it somewhat. And I think I'd struggle with this name. I think we're making a science of it. I think the separation between the building and the business should not be encouraged. It should be one. And so for that reason, I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
So much to say. Te Whata o Kaituna. o Te Puna o Whakaehu. I had to learn how to pronounce those names. It takes a little bit of effort if you're not familiar with te reo. I'm not a te reo speaker. But seriously, I find some of the things being said really difficult. We need to simplify it. Well, this is the name we've been gifted, and I agree with Councillor Weatherall that it is a huge honour to be gifted a beautiful name such as this. It's very significant. It's not about shortening it or what we think should be the right size of the name. It's about a name of significance. And I've heard the idea that it's complicating things and it's a bit of a mouthful, and there's quite a bit of history in the Toitu area, but not here. I would suggest to some of my colleagues that you educate yourselves. We're all on this.
Point of order.
Point of order.
25.2, disrespect. Needing to educate myself. Not the first time Councillor Gary has come up with this one.
I'm inclined to agree with that. I'll uphold that point of order. Councillor Gary, please mind your wording when it comes to telling us what we should or shouldn't do.
Said ourselves, Mr. Chair, not
You were talking on our behalf. But anyway, carry
and
on.
I include myself in that. This idea that if we're going to have Maori names, it's in the way we want it and the size of word we want is just extraordinary to me. I think it's a beautiful name, and I think the design in the building is beautiful. It all comes together. If I had my way, that would be the name of the building and the complex, and we wouldn't have a subtitle thus far. I would have thought in 2025 we'd be beyond the controversy of Toitu and beyond the ugly comments that were made around Te Puna o Whakaehu, and a lot of people shorten that to Te Puna. It's often people call it that, but we're not. So that is a great sadness for me in 2025 at this point. In terms of the South Dunedin Community Library, I don't have a big problem with us going out to consult on that to the community, but it was my understanding and this South Dunedin Library has been around in the 18 years I've been in local government. There were 3 projects, the pool, this and the Peninsula Connection. This one has developed, and we should have all known this, into a community hub. Libraries are no longer just a library, they're a community hub. So I would have preferred to have seen that name with some acknowledgement of that in it. But that will be, I hope, something the community will feed back to us. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Since 1987, Te Reo Māori has been an official language of New Zealand. Just thought I'd point that out. It seems to be missing sometimes. And it's been mentioned that Te Papa is really quick and simple to say. Absolutely it is. Te Papa. It rolls off very quickly. Te Papa Tongarewa is its full official, well actually its full official name is Museum of New Zealand Te Papa Tongarewa. That's a mouthful right there. And we have chosen as a society to shorten it to Te Papa. It is known by Te Papa, a shortened version of Te Papa Tongarewa. Locally, Te Whare o Rokotia is known locally as Te Whare. It's just, you know what you're talking about. And a comment as well was made that te whare means storing of food. I'm going to just trust that one. I don't know. Like Councillor Gary, I'm an infant. Well, I can't speak as to whether you're an infant on your journey, Councillor Gary, but I am an infant on my Te Reo Māori journey. And so I don't know what te whare actually means. So I'll believe the councillor when he says that it means storing of food and that we're storing books here. When I went to school, I remember being told that books were the food of knowledge. So maybe that's where it comes from. Having said all of that, I would like to thank Mana Whenua for the gift of the name, and I agree with Councillor Vandervis. I think we do have the balance really well. The whole building is going to be called Te Whare o Kaituna. and the library is likely to be called something else. So I think at this stage it's looking quite good. I will absolutely be supporting this.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I'm very happy with where we've landed with this. We have a really visually attractive building. It has got beautiful design all across the front of it, and the design is very emblematic, in particular of tuna, of eels. And so calling the building a traditional name, Te Whara o Kaituna, is entirely appropriate, and because that is the large part that you, it's the great frontage that you see when you go past or come to the building. However, the most functional part within that building is the South Dunedin Community Library. And so that balance between an English name and a te reo name, I think, is pretty ideal. And it's covering the two aspects of the building. It's covering two elements. And it's not necessary to have a translation, an English name and a te reo name, for any particular thing. That is, one is purely a translation of the other. And if we look at our national anthem, for instance, which is probably the most used te reo language in New Zealand, they do not translate directly to one another, the English and the te reo versions. So there are different words and different meanings for each of the two songs, but they are sung to the same tune. And so here we have this one building and two different names that actually mean different things, but they're all about the same tune. So let's hope that in this building we can have people singing to the same tune in the recording studio that it happens to provide.
Councillor Lefiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add to the colleagues' gratitude to mana whenua for the gift of this name, Te Whata o Kaituna. And I would quote two kaitahu concepts or sayings that if we familiarise ourselves with the writings and speeches of mana whenua. Mō tātou, for us, mō ka uri a muri ake nei, for us and our children after us. The second concept that I want to talk about is ka mua, ka muri, walking backwards into the future. And while in English, while we're thinking continuously in English, we can't easily translate, and some of the concepts and the names doesn't make sense to us if we're mainly thinking in English. But walking backwards into the future means that mana whenua have, as guardians of this land, which is continuous guardianship, they're referring to the history of the land, kaituna. So they're always acknowledging place and their relationships with that place. Just because we've made it over as a settler society doesn't mean that reality hasn't gone away for them. So we for our own convenience, as Councillor Gilbert pointed out, we can rename in our own minds, the full names, but it isn't going to translate easily, and it isn't going to be snappy in one word all the time. And that's part of a relationship. That's part of relationship building, and it's again thinking and decolonising our own minds. Just because what is normal for us, it doesn't mean it's right. It's just different, and norms for other cultures are totally different, and they've got a totally different worldview and a way of viewing the world and naming the world. So just like to thank the CEO and the staff for managing the relationships, the many relationships, and in particular I'd like to pay respect to Ms. Jeanette Wikaira, who in her role as General Manager managed those relationships really well and got it to the point where we have this before us. Kia ora.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I did Te Reo with Tans for over a year at Aruru Marai, and certainly was introduced to some of the concepts, and someone's talked about naming being a bit of a science, but I think in this case it's an art, not a science, and the art is in the construction of the name, and when you think about it, Māori naming is often allegorical or symbolic. So when we talk about the Te Whata or kaituna is the storehouse of kaituna actually translate as eat eels, so I don't know if we'll be calling it eat eels, but it talks about that relates to the history of the area, as Councillor Fiso said, but also relates to the future of the area, which is as a storeroom. You can translate it loosely, which is what a lot of naming is around, is a storeroom of nourishment for the mind and soul, and I really like their translation of that name and how it relates to the past and the future of the area. So I do accept with gratitude the name for the building, and I do understand that we will recommend South Dunedin Library and then go out and talk to the community. And I did bring up during questions, again, the naming policy, because I think that if we have a naming policy and a process, and that will make this a lot easier, and perhaps we could get closer to having our own kaituna and lunchtime.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, as stomachs begin to rumble there. Listen, I'm not from here, and I've always, often have struggled in the last 23 years to pronounce many Māori words. But as someone who has lived in many other places across the globe, I've always taken it as a challenge and seen it as a joyous part of living in someone else's place to do my best, often badly actually, to better myself and learn the languages of the places that have allowed me to call that place home, whether that be temporarily or in Aotearoa permanently. When I first moved here, I did what many of you do. I did this to clap in sign language, and I've attempted to learn a few other things. Sign language is quite difficult, by the way. When I lived in Denmark, my most common phrase was "Jeg kan ikke snakke dansk," which basically means I cannot speak Danish. When I travelled in South America and lived there for a while, mi llamo Steve Walker, no como carne. I didn't eat meat at that point. My name's Steve Walker. I don't eat meat. And like the Danish, I can very cleverly and easily say in French, "Je ne peux pas parler français," which means I cannot speak French. I lived and studied in Egypt, and of course you will know the word assalamu alaikum, and you will know the word inshallah, God willing. So there's a joy in immersing yourself. Te Whata o Kaituna is one of the easier ones for me. It's beautiful, and I love the fact that I live in a country called Aotearoa, New Zealand, where the indigenous people gift names. It's an extraordinary thing. Extraordinary. Embrace it. The sky will not fall in, guys. The world will not come to an end. The naming of this building simply demonstrates the application of something else we've agreed to and should be proud of, called Te Taki Haruru. The expression of the DCC's commitment, all of us around this table, to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi. Thank you.
Councillor Hurlahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think we've come to a really good compromise here. I was initially concerned that if a name was just given to the library without the people of South Dunedin having a say on that, I didn't want that to happen. So I think this is a really good compromise that we have the building is named this, and the significance of the building is because of the historic, as other people have said, but just as clarification, is that the mana whenua, the local Māori, have said there's so much history for them in that area that Te Whata o Kaituna is the relation of the eels that used to swim in that area, and he's hoping they don't all come swimming back again. We'd like to keep it dry, but is that is a historically significant area for the local mana whenua. It's where they got a lot of their food, their mana kai, kai moana. So that is the significance of the building name in relation to the the historical history. And now what we're saying is that this name for the South Dunedin that the Mayor's put forward, Community Library, should then go to the people of South Dunedin and they decide, and I think that's really fair, and they have a say on that and decide whether that's the name they want. In relation to the Māori names, I'm in support of having them everywhere. I don't mind them at all. However, I am one who might have a different view to many people around the table. I actually would like to see English beside the names, and my reasoning for that is that I think it helps people who are trying to learn the language to understand, oh yeah, that means that. So when you speak in Māori and you see the translation, you know, okay, that's what I'm saying. So that's my personal preference. But anyway, thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
For me, this is about respect. And I think we've been given a gift, and the appropriate response is to acknowledge the gift with gratitude. I think it's pretty easy to understand the name's significance. It's been spelled out to us. Te whata puka puka means the bookshelf. Te whata means a shelf, a place to put things. For me, kaituna, food, sustenance, it also equates to knowledge, understanding, and others have already mentioned about us all being on a journey, a learning journey. I've had a few arguments with my own sweet mother about the use of te reo, and she was very upset one day when she approached some road workers and the stop sign was in Māori. And I said to my mum, "What did you do?" And she said, "Well, I stopped." And I said, "Oh, Mum, so you knew what the sign meant?" And she thought for a moment, and I said, "Please don't underestimate the brain's ability to process information. It takes 2 to 3 seconds for your mind to translate, and I think it's good mental gymnastics for all of us, and it's proven that learning languages stops you from getting dementia or Alzheimer's. As we age and progress, there is an argument for us to remain on our learning journey. But getting back to respect, I think as long as we accept this name and we use it consistently and correctly, internally and externally, we will be embracing the cultural context and the protocols and customs that are associated with this name. We have ongoing engagement with mana whenua, and this is part of our relationship. I really just urge everyone to be respectful about our gift givers here, because we will have ongoing communication and cultural practice. So I think, you know, we all need to take steps to demonstrate respect for Māori language. It is our national and native tongue. So let's honour and respect this gift and to use the name responsibly, please. Kia ora.
I have no other speakers, so I will use my right of reply to do a couple of things. One is basically say thanks to everybody for this discussion, because in the main we're all on the same page with this, and I think that that's excellent. The concern that Councillor Vandervis raised in relation to Te Puna, as in the Mosgiel pool, I'll just clarify that if anybody is looking for the Mosgiel pool and can't think of the Māori name for it, go into Google, as in Google Maps, and go Mosgiel pool, and it comes up with the Māori name. So and it even says underneath, this is a swimming pool. So there's no confusion. The one other thing I also wanted to mention is that, and I'm taking some license in my right of reply with this, is because it hasn't been discussed so far, but the report, and this specifically items, paragraph 7 of the report refers to a former councillor that had battled big time for many years for a South Dunedin library. It doesn't name the councillor, but we all know that it was Anne Turvey, and Anne Turvey never stopped, and I think that we should be acknowledging her. Now, there was a comment in the report that says that there was consultation with Anne's family, and that the family had basically said that they didn't support any naming of the library or parts of the library in relation to Anne or in the memory of Anne. But I spoke to Anne's daughter yesterday, and she was a little bit concerned that the report made it sound like that there was a formal offer to the family for the building to be named, or the library to be named after Anne. And she felt that wasn't quite the case. So I'm just clarifying here that there was definitely discussion with Anne's family. It was probably a little bit more, shall we say, informal discussion, but the family then and now still prefer that there was no naming association to Anne. But again, I get back to the fact that we should be acknowledging her and all her efforts in regards to this. On that, we don't need a division for this, do we? We do. Put the motion by division.
Are we taking A and B separately?
Do you want to?
I think so.
Councillor Wetherall?
Just run with it, thank you.
The fact that I've explained that you can find the Mosgiel pool by going to Google Maps, perhaps the whole thing sits evenly now anyway.
You can find everything in the world by going to Google.
Okay. Yeah, we take them together, Councillor Wetherall? We'll take them together. Okay.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes.
Councillor Fiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Vandevers.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wetherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Motion carried 13-1.
Thank you, everybody. That takes us to the end of Civic Affairs, possibly forever. But we'll find that out in months to come, no doubt. And I'm just going to ask you all, do you want to take a 45-minute lunch break to come back for a 15-minute meeting, or would you like to just get it over and done with and have a late lunch?
Well, as the chair of that meeting, I was going to put that anyway and just say, should I?
Well, you can't yet because we're still in my meeting. So I'm just asking everybody here, can I have a show of hands who would like to just continue on, move through the small agenda that's coming up? So who would like to do that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's the majority. So we'll just give it a couple of minutes to swap places and we'll move straight into customary and regulatory. Thank you all for your contribution to this meeting.
What I was going to say is it's a very short agenda, so thank you everyone. I think we just do it now. starting a little bit later than was advertised. However, we had a longer session in our Civic meeting. Thank you to our Chair, Bill Ackland. Councillor Ackland. All right, so starting this meeting of the Customer Regulatory Committee, this will also be our last meeting of the term for this committee. So thank you to Paul Henderson, who's our General Manager of Customer and Regulatory, and thank you to my Deputy, Councillor Wiley, for his support through this term as my Deputy. And we've certainly had a lot of issues come up through Customer Regulatory that will flow through into the next term, some quite big ones around the RMA reform. We've got a lot of bylaws, we've got quite a lot happening coming up. And we've got lead paint issues that people have raised that we'll get some questions today. And there's a lot more I could mention, but I won't go on and on. We've had a long meeting before and we don't need to. So there's no public forum today, so we'll move on to apologies. We have apologies from Councillor Benson Pope, Councillor O'Malley, and I believe Councillor Lafiso. So I'll move that we accept these apologies. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Gilbert seconded that. All in favour? Anyone against? I declare the motion carried. Confirmation of agenda. I move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Anyone a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Wiley. All in favour? I declare the motion carried. Declarations of interest, given we did that a few seconds ago, if anyone's changed, I'll be amazed. So I will put that motion that we've got the declarations of interest, notes the elected members' interest register and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interest. And have we got a seconder for that? Councillor Ackland, thank you. And all in favour? I declare the motion carried. Confirmation of minutes. We've got Customer and Regulatory Committee minutes from 11th of March this year. I'll move that the minutes of that committee meeting are confirmed and the public part of the minutes are confirmed. That's held on the 11th of March 2025 as a correct record. Does everybody accept that? I'll move that, and could I have a seconder? Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Wiley, seconding that. All in favour that this is a correct record of those minutes? Anyone against? I declare the motion carried. We're now to reports, Parts A, Reports, Customer and Regulatory Committee Forward Work Programme, and we've got Paul Henderson, thank you very much, our General Manager, Customer and Regulatory here. Mr Henderson, would you like to welcome first of all, and would you like to speak, raise anything or highlight anything in your report before, and are you happy to take questions afterwards if anyone wants to ask you any?
Thank you, Chair. Happy to take any questions as they arise.
Thank you. Right. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 25, Mr Henderson, on the key issues and trends. I'm ahead of myself again. Just so eager.
That's all right. And eager, we like to see enthusiasm in our councillors. It's much appreciated. All right, no questions. No, thank you. All right, that I will move that the committee notes the Customer and Regulatory Committee Forward Work Programme. I'll have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Wiley. I put the motion. All those in favour? Anyone against? Carried. Right, we move to our final paper, the Customer and Regulatory Issues and Trends Report, and we will have Mr Henderson, thank you, as well. But I think we've got some other people who are joining us. It looks like, thank you, come forward. We have Kasna Saville, Compliance Solutions Manager, acting, and we've also got Mark Foster, Resource Consent Manager, Alan Worthington. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, there might be quite a few questions. Are you happy to take questions through the paper? Thank you, I appreciate that. Is there anyone would like to say anything before we start speaking, to explain anything to councillors, or you're happy with what's there?
I'll answer that one. We're happy
yeah,
to
happy.
answer
If you
any
did think you
questions.
had something, you're fine to say it. Yeah.
I'm just happy to answer any questions.
All right, okay. All right, does anyone have any questions? Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the key issues and trends, there was two things that I wondered if you could comment about, Mr. Henderson or others at the table. The first one was around the announcement that the first private building consenting company has launched. Any other details around that and the impact of that, and is it based elsewhere or here, or what impact will it have on us?
It's still really early to tell. It's based, I believe, out of Christchurch primarily. They have indicated that they will be looking for low-risk group home builder type consents with a strict criteria of what they're looking for. Will reject a lot, turn things around a lot quicker. But the strictness of it will mean that any poor quality applications they will reject immediately. The indications are for Dunedin at this stage nil to small impact, if anything. They've indicated that they're going to target primarily in and around the Christchurch Selwyn area at this stage, with a longer term aim to possibly expand wider for that low risk home builder type consent.
Interesting, thank you. And my second question is just a bit further down on the same page, and that's the first reading of the Building and Construction Small Standalone Dwellings and Bill, Granny Flax, passed. And so what's the timing on this going through Parliament, and just can you remind us of the impact of this?
So this is what was initially 60 square metre granny flats, which is now turned into 70 square metre, and the government doesn't want it to be called granny flats. They want it to be called the small standalone dwellings. Our submission when we wrote to MB talked about liabilities. So the legislation indicates that there will be no liability for building consent authorities, so no liability for council. They have accepted things like development contributions to be in there. They've accepted that a project information memorandum, commonly known as a PIM, will be required up front so that we can identify any pipe works, any transport issues early on. So most of the concerns, if not all of the concerns that we had when we wrote our submission, have been dealt with during the legislation. There are a couple of operational, regulatory, small things that are still being worked through, and I think Taitoa are commenting on the latest on the bill itself.
And do you think it will mean an explosion of these standalone 70 square metre developments?
MB have indicated that they anticipate 13,000 over the next 10 years across the country. I think we worked out somewhere in the region of possibly 50, 60 consents for Dunedin that may not require consent in the future if the legislation ultimately goes through.
And finally, that issue of timing. So how long is it expected for this to pass through? This is the first reading. Do you have any concept of when this will be signed off?
The only thing I'm aware of is that government do want to see it before the next general election to be in place and passed.
Thank you for those questions. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. On page 27, in terms of parking services, and I'm just trying to reconcile what's been in other reports where we've talked about parking revenue being down because of staff shortages, and then they're saying that that's now being addressed. And then also when we did the Sunday parking, they said there'd be quite a long lead time before that would be in place. So maybe you could just give some commentary on that sentence there about staffing being on hold.
So we've taken, well, there's two aspects to that, because obviously there's parking revenue from meters and there's parking revenue from enforcement. So this is purely around the enforcement side of things. We have had a number of staff shortages this year. We've struggled to recruit into those areas. We have had one of our former officers return, We've also had a number of injuries for various reasons, so we've had absenteeism in that respect as well. But mindful of the Sunday enforcement, we're also currently working with the union to change the contract and add in an addendum. We're hoping to have that in place as soon as we practically can as we go through the collective. But if not, we've got other operational options for us. And also in the meantime, we're continuing with using an external provider for the Sunday enforcement on George Street specifically. So I hope that answers that. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Vandervis.
I'm interested in the development of the private consenting company business. Even when they're looking at standard, simple developments, how can a private company who's going to give supposedly a 50-year consent still be liable for anything that it short circuits or doesn't do correctly 49 years from now? Is that, I mean, councils are here, well, forever, you know, commissioners notwithstanding. What benefits are there in having a private consenting company, and how is the long-term liability issue addressed?
So one of the changes around liability settings, which government are currently looking at, so currently we're in a joint and several liability setting. Government wants to move it to a proportional liability setting. I think what will happen for BCAs is that will mean that their liability will be capped to a certain percentage, assuming that legislation gets passed. That will then result in private BCAs being more likely to obtain the required insurances to cover those long-term liabilities. I don't know the specifics of this particular private consenting authority, but my understanding is that it is a robust requirement to enable you to effectively get a license to become a building consent authority, particularly a private one, given the financial issues around liability.
And the insurance provisions would be for the period 50 years or whatever that the building is consented for?
I don't know the specifics of what their insurance would be, but the Building Act has a provision that once a code compliance certificate has been issued, only provides for 10 years from a liability point of view. But you are right, when you're building a property, the 50-year time frame is what the expected life of a building should be. Normally.
But the liability is only 10 years, is what you're saying?
Yes, from the issue of a code compliance certificate.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. It was news to me, and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Now I've got Councillor Wiley and Councillor Gary, but I've just got a quick question myself following on from that. Can we just clarify, if someone does with the granny flats, or what, you know, the government wants to call them something else, with those units, the 70 square metre ones, that, as I understand it, they don't have to have consent from a council, is that correct?
That is correct. What they will be required to do, though, is apply for what's called a project information management, and that was the PIM reference I referred to. And that effectively puts council on notice that somebody's going to build something, and we're then required to indicate whether or not we have any concerns regarding, whether or not you're thinking of trying to build over a sewerage pipe, whether or not there's any hazards on the land, and if there are hazards on the land, then the exemption doesn't apply, and you then have to still have a building consent, and so any transport issues and things like that. So you still have to apply for that up front. That also gives the council the opportunity to look at the development contributions, etc. at that point. But yeah, no consent as such required.
And as I understand it, the government has now waived the liability for a council on those. Is that correct, or am I wrong in saying that?
You are correct.
That's right. So, because that was quite a concern, that if they didn't come to us, that we could carry the liability, but that no longer stands.
Correct.
Yes, and however, for people buying a house and if it has a 70 square metre granny flat on it that hasn't been consented by council, they have to realise that their buyer beware. Is that correct? That there could be, if there's anything wrong with it, we don't have any responsibility on that, and they're buying that at risk that it hasn't been properly, might not have been properly consented.
Well, it certainly won't have been consented, but that doesn't necessarily mean it won't have been built correctly. Obviously, any building work has to comply with the building code. The LBPs will hopefully understand what this means, and so any liability around that would fall on the builders and the designers, etc.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Under the building services part, I want to, and I set these questions through yesterday, questions around lead and residential sites. So, Mr. Henderson, I'm not sure who wants to respond to that, but the first question I had was understanding Dunedin's approach to soil testing for lead on residential sites, and what is the measurement being used? I understand it is 210 micrograms per gram. Is that correct?
Sharing here. Right, it's very close. It's 210 micrograms per kilogram. And those are set within the regulations. There's 12 chemicals in there, and lead's one of the chemicals.
And what was the Ministry of Health guidelines?
I'm not aware the Ministry of Health has set guidelines. There's no rules that the Ministry of Health have that we have to apply.
Sorry, I cut you off there because, so what is the government recommendation, or obviously we implemented this from somewhere, what was the recommendation in the papers from government, or as I understood it was Ministry of Health or whoever, for the rating of measurement?
Well, the regulations are under the auspices of the Ministry for the Environment, and I imagine when they were creating those, there was discussions between the Ministry of Health, who have some responsibility for lead, and they do have information online about you as a homeowner, what you should do if you're doing decorating or doing things in the garden. But it is the Ministry for the Environment who have set the regulations, and councils have to implement those regulations.
Okay, so councils have to implement those regulations. So what other councils are implementing this at the moment?
Would you say what other councils? All councils have to implement the regulations. They apply nationally.
So they're all working to 200 micrograms per kilogram?
That's correct. That's the number set within the regulations.
Can you give an example? Can you give an example of council? Because when I went to do research on this, I couldn't find any numbers on any council websites or any other councils. Do you have any numbers from any other councils, or which councils are implementing this at the moment?
Well, as I mentioned, all councils have to implement the regulations, and they don't put online the findings they get. We don't do that either. When the resource consent application comes on, we don't put that information in there. We have some general guidance online about the regulations, but that's about as far as that goes.
So Christchurch, Invercargill, Palmerston North, Hamilton, all councils across the country are currently doing the requesting soil testing to be done on sites, on residential sites.
The regulations do set out when testing should be done. So yes, they are requiring testing as part of a resource consent. If it's an activity which is triggered by the regulations.
Sorry, through Chair, can I just ask a clarifying question? So are we certain that those councils are specifically requiring the testing, or is it only when certain criteria trigger them to do the testing?
it's the regulations that determine when you do the testing.
So I got a question following that up. So, for example, if I want to do an extension to my house and add another bedroom, would that tick off having to do a soil test?
Trigger.
It all depends on the details of what you're looking at doing and where you live. There's essentially two questions you should ask yourself when you're considering that, and that's included in our guidance we put online on the website. One is your house built pre-1945, and is it wood or rough cast? If the answer is yes, then your house will have been painted with lead-based paint. You go back in time, it used to be 50% lead in your paint, but it's got gradually reduced to nothing now. And the second question is, are you disturbing the soil within a 2-metre halo around your building? And if you are, then you have to look to the regulations and see how much disturbance you are doing, because within the regulations you're allowed to do a certain amount of disturbance as a permitted activity, so you can do it as of right. If it exceeds that, then you would be in the resource consent category.
So a 1920s villa would, adding an extra bedroom and having to dig for piles and things like that would trigger that?
I would anticipate it wouldn't, because if it's on piles, you can the disturbance of the piles won't create much material to be disturbed. So just with the surface area, so I would anticipate it would fit within the permitted rule within the regulation.
So if I had to basically...
Councillor, are you nearly there?
I am nearly there, because it just creates otherwise come back to it as tricky. So again, if I had to excavate the soil to basically do that extension, that would trigger that.
If it exceeds the limit permitted by the regulations, then you would. And then the actual soil disturbed, if you you'd have to you can keep it on site if you wish. That's perfectly lawful. Or if you were going to dispose of it, the regulations say that you should dispose of it to an appropriate location.
Okay, and my final question: if then I've triggered and had to do a soil test, and it's come back showing lead above the 210, and I'm having to remove the soil, that then I understand triggers off becomes a hail site, correct?
Correct. If your property has been identified as containing the lead, because you've done some testing, then I'd expect that it would be listed as a hail site, and that's determined by the regional council. So we feed information to them, and they are the lead agency for coordinating all that information from the 5 TAs within Otago. But if you take away the soil that's within the halo, they would probably record it as remediated.
Thank you, Councillor Wiley, and thank you, Mr. Worthington. You had a marathon there, so well done, thank you. Right, Councillor Gary.
Don't want to be between councillors and lunch, but just very quickly at a very high level, Mr. Henderson, can you just confirm that the various matters under Sophia Charter that you have led, and I appreciate some of them are waste minimisation, not in your area, but you were the councillor involved with this, that they are pretty much embedded now?
As far as I'm aware, I mean, we certainly incorporate it into the waste work. We've certainly done some work on noise, which is included within here as well. So it's my feeling that it is, yes.
Thank you, and I did notice that. I'll save my rest of my comments for...
Thank you for that. All right, are there any further questions? No further questions? All right. There being no further questions, I move. Is there a seconder? Councillor Mayhem, thank you for that. All right, I'll move that the committee notes the customer and regulatory issues and trends report. Does anyone want to speak to the motion? Councillor Gari.
Thank you. Gary like Harry.
Sorry, I
Just-
got
it's
French
all right.
from it. I don't know what happened.
It's all right. Comes to lots of people. Gary like Harry. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Mr Henderson. What some of you won't know is that Mr Henderson, he was thrown in the deep end largely as the staff member to attend the Sophia Charter meetings along with Mr Mayor and myself. And I want to commend you, Paul, on the great job you've done with this, building on previous work done by previous staff. This is important work. It's a commitment we made. We're a signature to the Sophia Charter, and Paul has picked up this work and ensured that it continues to be part of what we do as a matter of course. And a lot of it falls within the customary and regulatory situation umbrella. Some falls in waste minimisation. So I wanted to say how much I appreciate being councillor appointed to that group, how much I've appreciated your work, your professionalism, and your input into that. And I know that will continue beyond this triennium.
Any further speakers? That being a no. All right. That being no, I'll move that the committee notes the customer and regulatory issues and trends report, and I'll put everybody in favour. Anyone against? I declare the motion carried. And at that, I declare the meeting closed. You can all go get your lunch. Thank you.